Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. Cause that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jace, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Ashley, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Coder Joe, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Punky Gal, thank you for the prime. Let's go!
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Hello, Kev34347. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Paradox Bingo. Hello, Zoran Joy. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, Jenny Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Dice Mistress. Hello, Ranjak. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Kiva into Fur. Hello, A Crossroads Witch. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, the UC Gamer. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Sage. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Latzia. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Spherical Man. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, Super Kitty 08. Hello, Blake Guddles. Hello, Heckin' Stuff. Hello! How we doing, Winnie Rose? Hello, Jason Kelly. Hello, Pirate Amir. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Baba Booey. Hello, Polka.com. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Rainbow Krampus. Hello, howdy, Queer Devil 666. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Fancy Ass. Thank you. I like this shirt as well. Hello, Ninja Knot. Hello, Low Clarity. Hello, a Dylan of no renown. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Lizabeth. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, Optopit. Wait, Optopopit. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. There actually is a stream tonight? Yes, there is actually a stream tonight, believe it or not. Hello, T-Life. Hello. Jack, you're fit? Thank you. It's the Imogene Olivia bralette underneath, by the way. Just in case anyone's wanting to cop some of the look. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Cardstockcaster. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Red Dawn. Hello. Wait, been doing my work, gathering information to make myself stronger. I got a schedule figured out. Hell yeah. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Forlorn79. Howdy, folks. Howdy. Now, do want to say thank you very much for getting us off on the right foot. I believe Coder Joe, thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated. And folks, if we do hit that 500 tonight, we will be taking a look at Dracula's Angel. And also, I want you all to know that I do have our next goal lined up. And for those of you who really like brain rot, I think you will be very pleased. And I think I'm just going to reveal it to you guys right now. I'm going to reveal to you guys exactly how much that I listen to, and I think you guys will appreciate it. Now, the title of this video that will be our next dono goal is just things are very bad now, ellipses. And I'm going to play for you guys the first couple seconds of it.
This is the most terrifying video I've ever made, and
And that's about as much as I needed to listen to before I realized that's gold right there. That is some brain rot gold in them there hills. And I think it's been long enough. I think we've taken a long enough break that we can take another crack at the insanity mines. Now, while the title of the video is "Things Are Very Bad Now," ... the thumbnail of the video reads, "Why my Civil War prediction was delayed. The reality is far worse." And I think that it's going to be a really fun, stupid time for all of us. Gold in them there shells? Yep. Nocturnal8999, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, getting us bumping up closer. Now, we do have a pretty packed show for you guys tonight, and I, for one, am very, very excited for it. Very, very excited for it. We got a lot of shit to get through. But you know what? I'm already very proud of all of you. In fact, I'm especially proud.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
There you guys go. You're not late at all, little eepy girl. Guys, I need a ring check on the whole Civil War thing. Maybe next spring. Maybe so. I would play Rudyard Bingo. That would make it somewhat tolerable, to be honest. I think that'd be great. If we can get like a Rudyard Bingo card going for the chats, I think people would be really happy. It even better if we could get like 4 different bingo cards and folks could then like compete on which bingo card they think is going to be the winner. I think that'd be the rack up the most bingos or the first bingo. I think it could be fun. What are we doing tonight? Well, folks, great question. Tonight we are going to be just talking a little bit of shop about we're going to be talking about a little addendum to a story I covered last week about the race riots in Belfast. We're going to also be talking about, obviously what the hell went on with the White House over the weekend. I'm also going to be talking about a video that I think might be the most, honestly, the most homophobic video I've ever seen in my life, but in a funny way. I'm very much ready to talk about that. It'll be a couple of short segments at the beginning of the show today. We're also going to be talking about Matt Walsh and the most heinous lie I think I've ever seen him tell on his show. So we're going to be doing that. I'm going to debunk that. Shouldn't be like the longest segment we've ever done. But I didn't plan on doing it, and then I couldn't not. All right. And after that, we're going to be talking about the crisis in the White House. And we are going to then be talking about, by the way, the crisis in the White House and some connections with billionaire folks and such. The Epstein class, if you will. And then we'll talk about Iran. Then we're going to talk about AOC. And then we're going to talk about Asmongold and election denialism. And my hope is that we are able to get through all of that, because then we have I have a segment where I want to talk about the Max Miller allegations, and I would love to maybe possibly get to my AI segment today. But maybe that will have to wait until tomorrow, because as I've listed off these things, I've realized it's taken a lot of time to list them all off, and that might be an indicator that I have prepped too much content for today. But we will see. We'll see how it goes. This feels like when the teacher tells us what's on the agenda for class. That's kind of what it is. People asked, I try and deliver. Button preemptively clicked for ADHD reasons. Thank you, G. Klein, and thank you to all of you who have already clicked the like button on the show. You guys are really the strongest warriors of the stream. The people who hit the like button without prompting right at the beginning. I see you. You are valid. What's a Max Miller? We'll get there. And also, hello. I can't believe it's Monday. It does not feel. It feels like too much happened. And also, as always, if you enjoy the show, drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without you fine folks. So let's dive in, shall we? I clicked the button. Can I still hear the button song though? No, it only plays between segments. We're just starting the show. You'll get the button song later though. All right, are you guys ready to dive in? Matt Walsh is real. I thought he was a fever dream. Unfortunately, he's real. Hey, Liberal Dan Radio. All right. Let's go. Ba-da-ba-ba. All right. Let's do this. So, folks, I know it's Pride Month, and I know that this is the time of year when conservatives become even more snowflakey than usual. But I think I've encountered a concentrated 1 minute long video of homophobia that speaks to insecurity so great, but also so very much identifiable as real to me, and like from my background. I feel like I have known countless guys exactly like this guy you're about to see. And there's no real way that I can prepare you guys for this. You guys just have to watch. But we're going to talk about it afterwards, and I do apologize in advance.
Alright, we're gonna open the Snickers here. We're gonna see a problem. You see these veins on the top? I do not touch Snickers bars with veins. Ever since I've been a born-again Christian, I tried them veins side up, veins on the tongue, and it just doesn't work. So, I came up with this 3D printed Snickers deveiner, and I'm going to give it a shot. I've never tried it out, so first time trying it. Oh, look at it cutting those veins off beautifully. Wow. Slicing through.
Wow.
Alright, hold on here. Oh. Let me push down a little. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. For those of you who have problems with Snickers veins, no more. Look
For
at that,
those of you with
perfectly
for those of you with problems with Snickers veins,
deveined Snickers. Good to go.
so what the hell does he mean by a Snickers vein? Well, chat, this is the observation made by many a person about the fact that sometimes when chocolate solidifies on the top of a chocolate bar, it can look like a vein. And because it is vaguely phallic shaped, um, a lot of people make the association between the vein of chocolate and the vein on a penis. And no, first of all, we're gonna get back to that in a second, but the fact that this guy made a machine that is so clearly unsafe. It's just a goddamn razor blade, like a mini razor blade guillotine, but for chocolate veins. And like the fact that in the middle of the video he has to push down the razor blade in order to get the effect that he wants. Like, let's be real here. This is not a chocolate vein guillotine. This is a finger guillotine, all right? Like, so many people are going to lose their fingers. And I say so many people because I have known so many honest to God, straight deeply like homophobic men like this who are like, I can't touch it because it looks too much like a penis. I can't eat it because if the vein goes into my mouth, it might make me gay. There are men who think like this. This is absolutely a type of guy. And unfortunately, they are breaking containment, you know? They are breaking containment. I just Was it this one? Yeah. Here, just as an example. Like, these are memes that, like, conservatives will send one another. Like, this is not... Like, I cannot stress enough, this is not me making this shit up. Conservatives have created, like, a bubble of homophobia where they are like, yeah, I bet that guy eats the Snickers the Snickers vein down. And it's so stupid. I like
down, so the veiny texture is on his tongue. Who took the dick vein out of Snickers? It's already beginning. I just bought a Snickers, my favorite treat, might I add, and it came out completely smooth.
We don't need an AI song. It's fine. Like, it's just... I can't stress enough. How the fuck do people like this exist? Well, Juniper is very clearly joking, but I can't stress enough that conservatives are not joking about being weirded out by Snickers veins, right? Like, they joke about it to themselves, but then they start psyching one another out. It's like a whole thing. And I just... For those of you who are not familiar, it's chocolate. Yeah, but it goes in a mouth. See, this is the thing you guys are like, but you're supposed to eat it. Men, there's a certain kind of homophobic guy. Yeah, no, Juniper is joking. But Juniper is, like, playing into the right-wing joke, you know? Like... There's a certain type of guy, and we've talked about this before, to whom the idea of cleanliness is, like, being clean is considered kind of being effeminate. And being kind of effeminate as a guy, in the mind of some conservatives, means that you're gay. And so that there's a certain type of guy who just won't wash their hands in a public bathroom because they think it might be a signal to other men that they're gay. And they're terrified about accidentally sending out that signal, right? And there's also a certain type of guy who's like, I'm not going to wash my butthole because that would mean touching a butthole.
Check me for hernias if he says no homo, cishet male homophobe, probably.
Yeah, and so, like, this is just that same kind of guy. This is just the same kind of guy who's just terrified that someone's gonna think that he's gay. Like, we gotta remove the dick vein. And you can tell that it's not like a texture thing for this guy because he's calling it the vein remover. Like, it's not... Like, it's very clearly, like... Do these men hate carrots too, or cucumbers? I guarantee you these men would not eat an unsliced cucumber, alright? I guarantee you these guys feel uncomfortable around eggplants. It's only gay if I'm the bottom.
Alright, we're gonna open the Snickers here.
I have to watch it one more time. I've been laughing about this all day.
We're gonna see a problem. You see these veins on the top? I do not touch Snickers bars with veins. Ever since I've been a born-again Christian.
That line in particular, it rings true to me, alright? Because there's a certain type of guy that I, like, grew up around who were like, well, I'm a born-again Christian, So I need to be extra careful to not be gay. Yeah, it's both insecurity, but it's also like religiously reinforced insecurity. You know? Like it's religiously like reinforced. Like they think if they do something too gay and they, unlock a certain part of themselves that they can never lock up again, they're going to go to hell. So like they're afraid of it, you know? Yeah, thank you, GamerG. I absolutely know what Jack is talking about, though. It's not just an evangelical thing; it's an entire conservative thing in general. It is an entire conservative thing. I'm familiar with it from the evangelical perspective, but like, it's not limited to just evangelicals. I only bring it up because this guy directly mentions it being related to him being an evangelical. So, by the transitive property, if you devein a penis, your homie sucking it is no longer gay. I guess so. Though it also brings up a big question. Once you've deveined the Snickers penis, do you eat the chocolate vein that you cut off? Or do you throw it in the trash? I I mean, I would just eat a candy bar like a normal person. But like for someone like this, does it become like a like deep spiritual battle? You have to grind it down. It's the devil's cut. Oh god, it's not a Snickers penis, it's a dick. God. I wonder if the property of soaking, like
Circumcise your
if that
Snickers
counts
with the
for
only
Snickers
patented
as well.
Snickertine 3000. Now only $49.99.
God. I wonder if it's like, if you don't have a deveiner handy, which would let the devil win, obviously. If you don't have a deveiner handy, if your friend feeds it to you, does that make it less gay? I'm genuinely curious what the rules are around this because it's so bizarre to me. Are almond joys greater than mounds because it has nuts? Who can say? Who can say, chat?
A knit gay potion. Hetero shroom. I have newt. Powdered Snickers foreskin.
Oh, let's please not call it the Snickers foreskin. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this so much. Anyway. I thought it was a fascinating look at the fragility of masculinity. Because guess what? If you are conservative and your masculinity is as fragile as this person's, where like you can't look at a candy bar and eat it because it reminds you too much of a penis and it would unman you to eat it, like, you have a weak masculinity, right? It's a deeply unhealthy version of masculinity, whatever the fuck that means to you. And like, dudes on the left don't have this. Like, they'll just eat a candy bar like a fucking normal human being, instead of like weirdly fantasizing about how their candy bar may or may not be a penis. And I just, look, folks on the left, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for never looking at a candy bar and going, "Ha, that's a dick, and if you eat it, it makes you gay." Like, conservatives, it's Pride Month. Do you think that if the left hadn't developed a candy bar that if you ate it, it made you gay, we wouldn't deploy it? Do you seriously think that of this time in 2026 of all times, we wouldn't deploy the candy that makes you gay? Good God. We literally haven't advanced beyond that one episode of 30 Rock where they developed the gay gas. that makes you gay. I don't know. Always Sunny Mac levels of thinking. It really, really is. Anyway, I thought this was weird and I needed to share it with somebody. So there you go. It's shared with you. Also, please don't build the Snickers deveiner. I worry about your fingies. And honestly, I'm not completely convinced that one of you wouldn't try something terrible beyond just your fingers. So don't build the Snickers deveiner. It's bad for you. Keep your veins in your body. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, and please leave a comment to let me know what the hell you got out of this, and subscribe. And also organize, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. We need to get people involved. We have people in our community who can help you get involved. So join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We can get you started. We can also give you tips on how to organize within those respective groups. And folks...
I'm not gay, but 100 grand is 100 grand. And superior to a Nestle Crunch.
100 grand is superior to a Nestle's Crunch. I have no idea how Nestle's Crunch became so popular. It's a mediocre candy with a great concept inside that 100 grand actually delivers on. Anyway, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. We did it. Also, Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. All right. Guys, we're creeping up closer. We're creeping up closer. Another way to work out our sub goal here. You guys are only... Oh god, I'm bad at math. 617 subs away? Is that correct? I think that's correct. Only 617 subs away from some what if alt his brain rot. Wait, 717? 900 is the goal? I can't do math. Is a 100 grand bar crispy? It is. We're all subs here. Subs, memberships, super chats, etc. Is Imogene Olivia going to branch out into swimwear at any point? Maybe in the future, but not in the immediate sense because Imogene Olivia is really small. So we're working up. We're working our way up. There is, however, a new color dropping in the very near future, and I'm very excited about that. Thank you, Fixer at Home. There's a market for trans activewear, just saying. Oh, absolutely. But also, it's difficult. It's difficult to like build a clothing company, you know?
Do we need to start a wash your asterisk campaign?
Absolutely.
Imagine a billboard to straight men, wash up. Women like clean asterisk.
Absolutely. In fact, there was literally
Hi, Nathan Fillion here to talk about a serious condition that affects millions of gamers every year. Swamp ass. Prolonged gaming
Imogene
sessions
Olivia
can create
should
a
recruit
humid,
hot trans ladies to be the angels.
I think that'd be a great idea.
Style climate in the back of your pants, leading to irritation, foul body odor, and a loss
Everyone,
of hand-eye
did you
coordination.
exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated as well.
In extreme cases, grundle staining. Applying powders, bombs, or wet naps while playing only masks the problem and seriously impairs one's ability to majorly pwn one's adversaries. So, if your taint's moist and your upper crack is dripping down your backside, do something about it. Put the controller down, stand up, take a walk outside, or use your mother's hair dryer in between raids. I do.
Just some good shit. Are you guys ready to hit the like button? Because it's between segments. So, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, click the buttons, and consider supporting the show because you guys make this this show possible. Go, go, go! Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, hell yeah. Only the best in the business is Riverboat Jack. It's true. All right. Let's jump into this. So, folks, I have a little bit of an update to a story I talked about last week related to fascist race riots erupting in Northern Ireland and Belfast. And I talked a little bit about how this was related and kind of edged on by Elon Musk, and that there seemed to be some kind of connection between Elon Musk and the man who's known as Tommy Robinson, whose real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Yaxley. Wild. But, you know, I was talking about how that entire situation is completely insane, right? And some people were like, well, but how does a billionaire or now trillionaire in the United States affect policy around the world, right? Like a trillionaire existing in the United States, how does that affect UK politics? Well, this article from The Guardian that came out last week, I thought was somewhat relevant to that. I'd missed it at the time. Tommy Robinson meets Elon Musk's father in Moscow. Which, like, wild headline, right? But, yeah, Tommy Robinson has traveled to Russia where he has met Elon Musk's father, Errol, in a Moscow hotel. Robinson, who's been issuing calls for his supporters to take to the streets across the UK over a bloody knife attack in Belfast, shared video of his meeting with Musk, whose son has been a vocal supporter of Robinson, on Monday. And, like, apparently Elon Musk's dad goes to the Russian-backed version of Davos, which I can't help but feel like that's like his dad is just going there as like his representative at this point, you know? It's some wild stuff. And of course, both these men are like, Russia is the best when they're in Russia. Here's what Tommy Robinson had to say. I've come to see how this country got itself so well on the straight and narrow and see the beauty of a civilized society here. They've thrown like over 1 million people into a meat grinder war of expansion. Like, which by the way, they're losing, apparently. The Ukraine has been able to take back territory in an ever advancing fashion. That they've been able to take back more territory than Russia has been making gains on. It's the fact that they've been fought to a standstill. Well, Ukraine has then developed longer range capabilities that are now disrupting supply lines farther and farther inside of Russia. Like, the idea that you would currently go to Russia to see how a great country is run, that's really, really bizarre to me. Like, people in the UK really tend to put Tommy Robinson on like this on the far right in the UK. Put Tommy Robinson on this pedestal as if he's just like some great patriot who loves the UK. And it's just like, dude's going over to Russia talking about how well Russia is run by a goddamn dictator. Like, he's a traitor to any kind of idea of democracy. And it's I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting, right? And I think it's pretty interesting that this happens as well alongside Andrew Tate being in Russia. Like, a lot of these far right figures are all like connected, and they are drawn by the allure of money. Like, that is all this is, right? Like, this is a way of Russia to basically spread its influence and to get its oligarchs to funnel money into different conservative content creators across the world in order to further their different geopolitical ends. It's basically a less subtle version of what happened with Dave Root. What was that? The I forget what it was called with the what's his name? Art Vandelay. The guy who came and approached like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, a bunch of conservatives in order. Tenant Media, thank you, run by Art Vandelay. Like, it's just another op for Russia to wield influence, right? And the fact that Elon Musk is involved in this, both by vocally and publicly supporting Tommy Robinson, while also having his father, have a private meeting with Tommy Robinson, like, I think it should be deeply disturbing to everybody on the planet that there is a man with $1 trillion who is willing to support both materially and vocally a far right, like, white supremacist who advocates for essentially racial pogroms. Like, that's deeply disturbing. And it doesn't take that much imagination to like take a beat and realize what can happen when someone with $1 trillion financially backs the actions of someone who is calling for ever bigger pogroms against minorities in their country. We've seen it happen multiple times, not even in distant history, right? Like, in modern history, right? And so, all of this to say, I think what we are witnessing in both the United States and the UK right now, and has been also occurring largely in Hungary over the last, decade plus, is the effect of mass concentrations of wealth in the hands of a very few number of people. Because what winds up happening is they're testing out their abilities, they're testing out their powers. You know, how much money does it take to really move the needle on different policies? How much money does it take to buy a president? How much money does it take? And what are the kind of kickbacks we can get from doing this? Yeah. What do you do when you have all the money in the world and nobody likes you? Probably use that money to force people to like you, or at least force people to publicly say they like you. Like, I know it's very easy to be like, ha, Elon Musk has $1 trillion and nobody likes him, but like, that's not where that ends, right? Where it ends is someone weaponizing their fortune to try and force obedience or to force fear. Because if they can't control you via love, they seek to control you via fear. And so that, I think, is a big deal. And I think we need to be organizing basically nonstop in order to stop the worst case scenario, the worst, most malignant dreams from Elon Musk's mind from becoming realities. Right? So I encourage you all, if you are worried, as I am worried, about the future of where this all could go, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. And if you need help to do that, we got people in this community who can help you sign up, help you get connected, help you get to those meetings, and give you great advice on how to, act when you're there in order to further the cause. Right? So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and you can also check out Progressive Victory to directly tie yourself into any number of campaigns for left-wing candidates across the country. So go check that out. And last but not least, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, and also leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this concentration of wealth and these connections coming to light and becoming more and more blatant. And I know I said last but not least already, but last but not least for real this time, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Also, just want to say, Conjure Gay Frogs, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. And also, Paladin Lost, thank you. Grigor Nietrushin here. I recently ran into Errol Musk, strange guy. His wife constantly calls him father. Also smells of blood emeralds. Well, Grigor Nietrushin, we are still thankful for good-hearted and strong Americans like yourself down in Texas supporting us. So thank you very, very much. Whew. Blood emeralds, indeed. All right, folks, made it through another segment. Also, we are scratching on the door for 300 subs. Grigor Nietrushin, good strong American boy living in Texas. Grigor is my favorite recurring character. I love all of our recurring characters equally. Good night, Red Dawn. All right. As a little bit of a palate cleanser from talking about white supremacy, I did just want to play you guys this. Not a segment. I just thought that this was really fucking cute. And honestly, someone on the internet observed that Zoran Mamdani is really coming across more and more as like, what if a child magically turned into a 30-ish year old man and became mayor of New York? this is exactly what would happen. And then I saw this ad and I just could not unsee it.
Brad DeMayer, Brad DeMayer, Brad DeMayer, Brad DeMayer.
Brad, received. Mayor Zoran Mondani here.
You're coming in loud and clear. Zoran, how have you been?
I've been well. How are you?
Well, you know, my election is coming up on June 23rd. And I was wondering if I could ask for your help.
Yeah, what's happening?
I'm wondering if you'll help remind voters that Election Day is right around the corner and early voting starts as soon as June 13th.
Early voting starts as soon as June 13th? That's so soon.
That is so soon. That's why I need your help.
Can you meet me in the middle?
Sure, right away. Hey, thanks for meeting me.
No problem. So where is everybody?
They're right here.
Oh, right. You ready?
Here we go.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Dear neighbors in New York 10, please vote for Brad Lander for Congress on June 23rd, with early voting starting on June 13th.
Like, that is just charming as hell. Also, they both have great platforms. Like, it's just adorable, isn't it? I'm glad we have at least one truly charming politician in the US. Hey, now, if we vote right, all right? If you're in New York and you vote right on June 23rd, or in the early voting process that's going on right now, you could have two charming politicians in the US. Every time I see this man show up, he gets more likable, damn it. He really does. It's crazy. Hello, everyone. Looks like we have a cold and white name plague. Oh, it's true. It's true. The white names are slowly trying to take over chat. Are you Russian? No, I am a homegrown American girl. Brad reminds me of Toby from The Office. If Toby actually had Riz, though. YouTuber Grudge, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. YouTube is fucking killing it today, folks. Riverboat chat, you better watch your backs. YouTube chat's coming for you. But what are your feelings about Moose and Squirrel? I despise Moose and Squirrel. They foil my plans. I try to take what do you call car to a destination for a prolonged period of time. I run into Moose. Moose, put a stop to trade. Moose, put a stop to life. Yo, stop the stupidity. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Holy moly. All right. You guys are now at 3. Wait. Yeah. You guys are now at 308. My God. You guys are doing it. You're really doing it. Also, Comrade Girl, thank you for gifting Amber Brains a sub. Look at us. Look at us go. I make lamb. It's me, Bingo. Thank you for becoming a member over on the YouTube. Getting us up to that 310 number. Let's go. Are you guys ready for our next segment? 10 minutes of alerts later. It's okay. Yay, let's go? Hell yeah, Moss Imp. That's the attitude I like to see. All right. So, folks, I know at this point it is completely redundant to talk about how the current Trump administration really resembles the administration of Camacho, the president from the film Idiocracy. And over the weekend, I really do have to say, I have to be a little bit redundant here. Donald Trump has made a mockery of the American Republic. Like, just true, like honestly, truly offensive garbage taking place during Donald Trump's 250 celebration, right? On his birthday. But like, I don't know, like this is disgusting to me.
And from the UFC event last night, but he broke in and made a quick video. It was weirdly wholesome.
Hell yeah.
White be gone.
Like, this is where like Martin Luther King Jr. gave the "I have a dream" speech. And they're like standing up on stage talking about how, oh yeah, you're getting reactive like an animal, like a woman. Like the level of hatred and pettiness on display here in essentially a place that there are very few spots in America to like the American political system, the American nation that are as sacred as that one, you know? There are a handful of other spots, but like, I don't know, the American cemetery in Normandy that commemorates the D-Day invasion that Pete Hegseth utterly besmirched with his pro-Hitler speech the other day. But like, just visually, this thing was horrendous. Also, you had to pay to see it. You had to have Paramount Plus. It's a true amount of like fascist mental illness on display. There's not really much else I can say about it, you know? But like, this was what broke me. This specifically broke me. Like, man, it's hideous. It's gaudy in a way that is deeply wrong for the space. And like, ultimately it's an arena for people to beat the shit out of each other in. Like, this is wrong. This is not what our country is supposed to be about. Obviously, there are going to be some people who are like, well, this is what our country is about. And it's like, but it's like, we're supposed to be better. And I know that like America has had so many problems for so long, but the thing that I've always liked about America is that we can be better. And we are bare minimum supposed to be better than this. And I don't know, like this in particular, I'm sure many of you have seen this already.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, Ladies and
Oh, I see the far... I see that conservatives in America have made peace with Bud Light now. Bud Light apparently sponsoring this event. Along with Polymarket.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Is that Joe Rogan? Yeah, Joe Rogan looks like a creepy little elf in basically every frame of the production from America 250. He looks absolutely sloshed. You know? Michelle Obama isn't even relevant. Well, that's because, like, Michelle Obama is a convenient vehicle for them to use to both be racist, transphobic, homophobic. It's kind of like that bit from The Office where they're like, why use many words when small words do? Like, they're trying to condense, like, their bigotries as much as humanly possible. And the Michelle Obama is a trans woman thing has been around since, the Obamas. And, to be fair, this guy knows his audience. Like, this guy understands who he's having a fight in front of, who he needs to please. And so he goes for it. It says so much that to attack her, they have to make shit completely up. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, there's never a period of time during which they give a single shit about the truth. Because when you actually are a fascist and you're in that fascist bubble, truth gets in the way of you being able to say what you want. Because sometimes the things you want to say, the things you want to believe, aren't true. And in those cases, sometimes your belief will trump what is true. Because you're just going like, well, I really want it to be another way, so I'm just not going to act. I'm just going to act like it is the other way. It's all vibes. It's all fucking vibes. Condensed bigotry into sound bites? Yeah. It's like that one UFC fighter who posted a video of himself beating up Dylan Mulvaney. Like, not even like a couple weeks ago. The narrative is more important than reality for those on the right. They want power at any cost. And that's a really good observation, Zach Marsh. Because what this is about isn't really even about him saying the bigoted things. It's about him expressing power. Right? And that's really what this entire set of games is about, right? Like, someone observed, I forget exactly who, that the reason Donald Trump wants a UFC fight in front of the White House on his birthday is because he wants to feel powerful. He wants to project power. And, like, this is... Oh, Dylan Mulvaney didn't actually get beat up, Chad. Some UFC fighter posted an AI video of him beating up Dylan Mulvaney. But, like, it's all about an exercise in power. Trump wants to look masculine and powerful. This UFC fighter wants to project himself as masculine and powerful, and an easy way to do that in like a traditionally masculine sense is to, marginalize others, because that is an exercise of power, right? So it's I would say, like, I don't know that it can get worse than this, short of tapping into this kind of ethos and this kind of celebration and tapping into it in a more militaristic sense, right? Like, hopefully, the hope is that the midterms, we're able to get the House, we're able to get the Senate, and then we are able to close tight the purse strings of America to make sure that Donald Trump can't do more of this absolutely stupid shit. Because all of this, like, everything that makes this arena and this moment broadcastable and possible is done in no small part with your taxpayer dollars. It's done and enabled by our taxes. Like, we enabled and created an event where that guy was able to go up in front of the entire country and throw millions of people under the bus and disrespect millions of people who paid the hell, like, in part, to have this happen. It's disgusting. It's heinous. It's anti-democratic. It's bread and circuses without the bread. They literally had, like, motorcyclists flipping over an image of the White House. It was deeply bizarre. Deeply, deeply bizarre. And I guess that's all I have to say about it. I found it deeply distasteful, deeply un-American, and frankly a sign of how easy it is to manipulate conservatives into endorsing all of this garbage. So the tan suit was a story for a fucking month. Yeah, I mean, never let them tell you ever again that they just really care about the sanctity of the office. You know? It's never been about that. Oh, we need to make sure that someone wears a tie, otherwise, the world will end. And then you got, like, guys literally, like, barfing on themselves during the weigh-ins in front of the White House. Disgusting. I don't even mind celebrating the 250th anniversary of America. I wouldn't personally, but I get it. However, this celebrates Trump, not America. That is another very, very, very strong element here, which is that it was done almost entirely for Trump's benefit. Thoughts on the Knicks winning compared to UFC and DC? I mean, I think that the Knicks winning, like, people get really hyped up on their sports teams. Everyone knew what was going to happen if the Knicks won, and all of the most predictable things happened. But I think there's a difference between people going out and raucously celebrating and then this shit, which is directly endorsed by the government. But all of that said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about America 250. Oh God, did sports riots happen? Yeah, I think the Puerto Rican parade and the Knicks victory were, like, on the same day or near the same day. So kind of synergized into people just, like, going out and being crazy. And there were, like, several incidents and, like, a lot of property damage, but, like, as far as I know, everyone's okay. And also, folks, get organized. Organize. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, join Progressive Victory. We got a link down below for them. If you need help joining your local Dems and DSA, we got people in our community to help you. So, hey, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And also, folks, check out ImageneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. ImageneOlivia.com. Link down below in the description. Let's keep on going.
Imagine if Gerald Ford made the bicentennial all about him. That's why no one but shitty people care about America's 250.
I mean, it's true, right? Got my 10-minute timeout and you're dipping? I'm not dipping. We just ended the segment. Boop. Whoa. You're a man? No, I'm not. But you're silly. Boo. How are the trolls in this chat today? The trolls in Vert chat have been weak as hell. All right. Oof. Are y'all ready? Jack is Bay. Thanks, his Dark Angel. Thank you for the $2 super chat. And also Cartoon49, thank you for the $2 super chat as well. I just don't think that there is like a direct comparison between the Knicks winning and people reacting to that in like an organic way that's entirely predictable and like an endorsed activity by the US government, you know? It's Monday, they're probably tired. It's true. All right. Oh, God. Okay. Are you guys ready for our next segment? Also, just as an FYI, we are at 213 subs. And I did turn back on the alert box. Cool. Stay awesome. Thank you, Zach March. We're at 313 subs. Remember, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. And the more we get, the closer we get to those sweet, sweet milestone rewards. So let's keep on trucking here, folks. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click Hell yeah. All right. Also, let's just take a quick stock where we at with the likes. Have you guys been hitting that like button? Do I have to berate you guys? Oh, you know what? We got like 350 people watching over on main YouTube chat. And we got 214 likes. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. I do think, however, that you guys can hit 275. I believe in the power of chat. I believe. All right. Are y'all ready to jump into our next segment? Because it is going to be a doozy. So Prepare yourselves.
Every time someone calls me a man, I remember they're the same men who stared at my bubble butt. Besides, my girlfriend always calls me good girl.
Hell yeah, that's the ultimate revenge. The ultimate revenge is being called good girl. It's true. Also, Lil Eepy Girl, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's go. All right. You guys prepared? Nope. Do, 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 do. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, folks, I was prepping the show, as I do, and I was going through the various conservative channels, as I do. And,
Been interesting lately. Got yelled at and I didn't know why. I assumed they liked my shirt. Stop pretending your racism is patriotism.
I mean, I assume that's why they did that as well. For sure. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciated. YouTuber Grudge. All right. Just start that over again. So, folks, I was prepping the show, as I do, and I was going through conservative channels because I wanted to see what all was out there. It's Monday, beginning of a new week. I want to see maybe some of the big takes, the hot takes from the conservosphere that I might want to handle at some point. And of course, I checked Matt Walsh's channel because while I find him relatively boorish, sometimes he has content that I feel compelled to respond to. And honestly, I found what I think is perhaps his most heinous take yet, which is saying a lot. This is the worst of the worst gutter racist at the Daily Wire. And, he's about to live up to that completely. However racist you think Matt Walsh is, he's more racist than that. Let's just dive in, shall we?
I mean, that's the whole point here, that, seeing through this kind of propaganda isn't easy when the propaganda was written more than 70 years ago, but we should try anyway, just to see what we might find out. Again, they're lying blatantly to our faces about events that we all experienced, and that in most cases were caught on video for the whole world to see. If they can and do lie about those sorts of things, imagine what kind of lies they can tell about events that none of us experienced with no videos to go back and check to confirm the record.
Now, I do want people to wonder here. Who's this they? Who's the they that he keeps referencing? Right? Like, by they who? Who is going back through history and shaping it into a devious shape so that no one realizes the true history? Right? Who's the they? Let's dive further in.
Consider every supposed racist atrocity from decades or centuries ago, every quote-unquote innocent minority wrongfully persecuted by racist whites. I'm not saying that all of those stories aren't true. I'm saying that you can't assume that they are true. You have to go back with a skeptical eye, willing to question even the narratives that are most taken for granted, indeed, especially those narratives. So let's go through a couple of examples now. Let's begin that process today. And let's start with the killing of a 14-year-old black boy named Emmett Till. Now, there's a good chance that you've almost certainly heard of Emmett Till, as the writer Steve.
Yeah, that's right. This entire segment from Matt Walsh is about how you've been lied to about Emmett Till. About how, in actuality, maybe Emmett Till had it coming. And it made me so fucking mad that we had to talk about it. So, again, strap in, fucks. I wanted to say folks. I was so mad I said fucks. I apologize.
Steve Saylor has pointed out, he's not just a fixture in high school history textbooks. He was also center stage during the BLM hysteria of the past few years. Quote, Emmett Till, who was murdered in 1950.
I'm sorry, the idea that a murdered 14-year-old was center stage during BLM. Yeah, because we're talking about a kid who was lynched, who was murdered. For no fucking reason. Kind of like how cops sometimes have murdered people for no fucking reason, including murdered kids for no fucking reason. Including how in America, there are cases where, a teenager in a hoodie who's walking around in the evening time in the dark because he wanted to go to the gas station to get some Skittles, gets, tracked down and killed by a vigilante. Yeah, there's a reason we keep bringing up Emmett Till. It's because, unfortunately, it's still relevant.
55 has been mentioned in 427 different New York Times articles over just the last 10 years. Emmett Till was mentioned more often in American books in 2022 than in any previous year. So as far as enduring myths go, Emmett Till is certainly up there. The basic narrative, which you've probably been
enduring myths. Fuck you.
Told in school and by the media is that Till was abducted and lynched by racist white people in Mississippi back in 1955. His crime allegedly was just simply whistling at a pretty white woman in a grocery store.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, this is what Matt Walsh is saying. This is the dominant narrative from them. And I have watched this, okay? He doesn't really ever disagree with this narrative per se, but he just proceeds to be incredibly, incredibly racist and gross about it.
Her name was Carolyn Bryant Donham. It was a serious violation of racial codes at the time, so Bryant, who was very offended, lied to her family and told them that Emmett Till had groped her. This is the story. And in response, Bryant's husband and his half-brother hunted the boy down a few days later, abducted him from a cabin, and brutally lynched him. The story was a major catalyst for the civil rights movement. Many decades later, in her 70s, Bryant admitted that she had lied about Emmett Till. Black activists then demanded that prosecutors charge her with a crime, and ultimately Bryant died before they could get their vengeance. That is the official narrative. A few years ago...
The official narrative from them. Notice he hasn't really listed who they are yet. And honestly, I think he's kind of not going to. He just kind of leaves it as a vague them on purpose because y'all know Matt Walsh loves a vague them. Yeah.
Bryant passed away. CBS News repeated this version of events verbatim on air. Watch.
Carolyn Bryant Donham, the white woman who accused Emmett Till of making advances towards her has died. 14-year-old Emmett Till was kidnapped and brutally murdered by Bryant's then-husband and his half-brother in Mississippi in 1955 over the allegation. The two men were acquitted in his killing by an all-white jury, but later confessed in an interview. The case gained national attention after Emmett Till's mother allowed Jet magazine to take and publish photos of her son's mutilated body in an open casket. The horrific image shocked the nation and served as the catalyst for the civil rights movement. Years after Till's death, Dunham admitted to fabricating parts of her story, although she was never charged with a crime.
Now, the problem here is that virtually every aspect of what that anchor just said is a fabrication. First of all, Emmett Till was not accused of merely making advances towards Bryant. That's an extremely, I guess we would say, sanitized and deliberately misleading way to present the story. According to Bryant's testimony in court, as well as her memoir, Emmett Till grabbed her hand and said, "How about a date, baby?" And when she tried to flee, Emmett Till followed her to the cash register, forcefully grabbed her waist and said, "What's the matter, baby? Can't you take it?" He told her she didn't need to be afraid and explained, quote, "I've been with white women before." Emmett Till did not leave the store until one of his friends entered and forcefully removed him.
Like, I want you all to understand what Matt Walsh is doing here, which is basically to say Emmett Till had it coming. He's just saying Emmett Till had it coming. Now, what's interesting here is that Matt Walsh is about to say, oh, well, the confession that she had made it all up isn't, we can't really rely on that. We have to throw it all out because the journalist who got that confession, well, he didn't release the tape of the confession, and thus we can't believe it at all, and it must have been fabricated. Anyway, here is a clip from Duke University where Tim Tyson recalls hearing that confession.
I can't read her mind. I don't have any way of knowing what her motivations were. So it's a difficult question to answer. I don't really know why. I can speculate. She was getting older, in poor health. Maybe she wanted to tell her story for posterity. But that's pure speculation. I don't pretend to know her mind or her heart. I was surprised by the revelation, and but not shocked. Not shocked. We were having what seemed a candid conversation, and that was a moment of deep candor. And but I don't know what drove her in that direction. She said you tell these stories over and over until they seem true, but that part's not true. Meaning the physical, sexual, menacing kind of assault on her by Emmett Till that she had testified in court about. But the staunchest thing she said, and I think that nobody could question really, is she said nothing that boy did could ever justify what happened to him. So, I don't know. When I'm doing oral histories, I'm not looking to judge the people I'm interviewing. I'm not looking to change the people I'm interviewing. I'm looking to make sure that the tape recorder is running. You know, I'm there to try to encourage them to tell their truth, not to create it myself by badgering them in some direction that I want them to go, but to encourage them to tell their truth and share their memories. And so when things like that come up, she's not actually the, you know, I had somebody tell me about committing a racial murder in great detail. The first interview I ever did, in fact. And, you know, as a historian, what I'm feeling is, you know, sort of the eagerness to hear and to learn and to record, to document that story more than I am any kind of moral outrage. My moral outrage at the lynching of Emmett Till couldn't be any deeper. But my job is to ferret out the truth as best I can. You know, history is impossible because you're trying to recreate the past, and the past is gone. But of course, it also lives in us and around us, and so we do this impossible work because it's important, and that's what I have my mind on when I'm interviewing people and when I'm doing research. You know, I'm looking for telling fact. I'm looking for important revelation. I'm looking for things that give us insight into how that foreign country called the past works.
Like, the argument here, like, oh, he just like, oh man, he's just making it up. I don't think he's fucking making it up. Like, number one, because he's insanely consistent throughout his work. But also, number two, because of a few other things. For example, Matt Walsh is like, well, she testified to this at trial, so it must be true. There were other testimonies given at the trial. Those testimonies included the testimony of Emmett Till's cousin, who testified that Emmett Till was in that store for less than a minute and couldn't have possibly done the things that were alleged he did. So, again, Matt Walsh is deliberately here misrepresenting the totality of the facts involved, right? Not only that, the FBI also investigated this, and in the FBI's own investigation did not come across the allegations of Emmett Till ever touching her. So, Matt Walsh is leaving out a fuck ton of information here in an effort to smear a child who was brutally murdered like 80 years ago. 1955. I guess 70 years ago, 71 years ago. It's deeply, deeply grotesque and sick. But it seems to be the thing that he's now hanging his hat on as for his channel with his real histories that are basically just what white nationalists and white supremacists think about history, doing his best to use pseudoscience to justify them. And like, it's truly terrible. It's just truly awful. Because I want to bring your attention to something else, right? Where he mentions in this, oh, well, you know,
afraid its movement and killing by groped her. This is the story. And in response, Bryant's husband and his half-brother hunted the boy down a few days later, abducted him from a cabin, and brutally lynched him. The story was a major catalyst for the civil rights movement. Many decades later, in her 70s, Bryant admitted that she had lied about Emmett Till.
Now, what's interesting here is that in his retelling of the events, but not in the telling of the events from the from this part.
Rights movement. Years after Till's death, Dunham admitted to fabricating national attention after brutally murdered by Bryant's then husband and his half-brother in Mississippi in 1955 over the allegation. The two men were acquitted in his killing by an all-white jury.
That part is left out of Matt Walsh's retelling, right? The part about Emmett Till's killers getting acquitted by the jury in the case. Now, what is very interesting and necessary is the subsequent part here, right?
But later confessed in an interview.
Now, you'd be forgiven if you didn't, if you're like, oh, well, they confessed, etc. But like, you can read the interview. You can go and find the issue of Look magazine where they published the interview with these two guys. And it is not subtle at all about what happened. The shocking story of a proved killing in Mississippi. It even has a horrific drawing attached to it. Illustration. And you can read this. It was published in 1956. Less than a year after the killing. Disclosed here is the true account of the slaying in Mississippi of a Negro youth named Emmett Till. Last September in Summer, Mississippi, a petit jury found the youth's submitted abductors not guilty of murder. In November in Greenwood, a grand jury declined to indict them for kidnapping. Of the murder trial, the Memphis Commercial Appeal said evidence necessary for the convicting on a murder charge was lacking. But with truth absent, hypocrisy and myth have flourished. Now hypocrisy can be exposed, myth dispelled. Here are the facts. Carolyn Holloway Bryant is 21, 5 feet tall, weighs 103 pounds, an Irish girl with black hair and black eyes. She is a small farmer's daughter who, at 17, quit high school at Indianola, Mississippi, to marry a soldier, Roy Bryant, then 20, now 24. The couple have 2 boys, 3 and 2, and they operate a store at a dusty crossroads called Money. Post office, filling station, and 3 stores clustered around a school and a gym, and set in the vast, lonely cotton patch that is the Mississippi Delta. Carolyn and Roy Bryant are poor, no car, no TV. They live in the back of the store, which Roy's brothers helped set up when he got out of the 82nd Airborne in 1953. They sell snuff and flatback to Negro field hands on credit, and they earn little because, for one reason, the government has begun giving Negroes food they formerly bought. Carolyn and Roy Bryant's social life is visits to their families, to the Baptist church, and whenever they can borrow a car, to a drive-in with the kids sleeping in the back seat. They call Shane the best picture they ever saw. For extra money, Carolyn tends store when Roy works outside, like truck driving for a brother. And he has many brothers. His mother has had 2 husbands, 11 children. The first 5, all boys, were Millam children. The next 6, 3 boys, 3 girls, were Bryant children. This is a lusty and devoted clan. They work, fight, vote, and play as a family. The half in their fraternity is forgotten. For years, they've operated a chain of cotton field stores as well as trucks and mechanical cotton pickers. In relation to the Negroes, they are somewhat like white traders in portions of Africa today, and they are determined to resist the revolt of colored men against white rule. Like, this is not subtle. Like, this is in 1956. They're basically like, yeah, they are devoted white supremacists. Right? Like, they're like, we really don't want those black people getting ideas because we're top dog in town. Like, they were profiteering off of sharecropping families in the fields. Like, it's pretty gross. Just, it's gross economically. It's also gross because ideologically they track a superiority to the people they sell to, right? But it obviously gets worse. On Wednesday evening, August 24th, 1955, Roy was in Texas on a brother's truck. He had carted shrimp from New Orleans to San Antonio, proceeded to Brownsville. Carolyn was alone in the store, but back in the living quarters was her sister-in-law, Juanita Millam, 27, with her own 2 small sons and Carolyn's 2. The store was kept open until 9 on weeknights, 11 on Saturday. When her husband was away, Carolyn Bryant never slept in the store, never stayed there alone after dark. Moreover, in the Delta, no white women or group of white women ever travels country roads after dark unattended by a man. This meant that during Roy's absences, particularly since he had no car, there was family inconvenience. Each afternoon, a sister-in-law arrived to stay with Carolyn until closing time. Then the 2 women, with their children, waited for the brother-in-law to convoy them to his home. Next morning, the sister-in-law drove Carolyn back. Juanita Millam had driven from her home in Glendora. She had parked in front of the store and to the left, and under the front seat of this car was Roy Bryant's pistol, a .38 Colt automatic. Carolyn knew it was there. After 9, Juanita's husband, J.W. Millam, would arrive in his pickup to shepherd them to his home for the night. About 7:30 p.m., 8 young Negroes, 7 boys and a girl, in a 46 Ford had stopped outside. They included sons, grandsons, and a nephew of Moses Preacher Wright, 64, a sharecropper. They were between 13 and 19 years old. 4 were natives to the Delta, and others, including the nephew Emmett, Bobo, Till, were visiting from the Chicago area. Bobo Till was 14 years old, born on July 25th, 1941. He was stocky, muscular, weighing about 160, 5'4" or 5. Preacher later testified he looked like a man. Bobo's party joined a dozen other young Negroes, including 2 other girls, in front of the store. Bryant had built checkerboards there. Some were playing checkers, others were wrestling and kidding about girls. Bobo bragged about his white girl. He showed the boys a picture of a white girl in his wallet, and to their jeers of disbelief, he boasted of his success with her. "You talking mighty big, Bo," one youth said. "There's a pretty little white woman in the store. Since you know how to handle white girls, let's see you go in and get a date with her." "You ain't chicken, are you, Bo?" another youth taunted him. Bobo had to fire or fall back. He entered the store alone, stopped at the candy case. Carolyn was behind the counter. Right? So I want to really hammer home here that what is happening in this account is what was recorded and told to the interviewer from the men who murdered Emmett Till. This is the narrative of the murderers who went out of their way to lynch a 14-year-old boy. Just to be perfectly clear. This is what Matt Walsh is basing his critique on. But I'm going to skip a section of this here because let's take a look here. Yeah. Keeps on going. Roy dressed, brought a gun. This one was a .45 Colt. Both men were and remained cold sober. Big Millam had drunk a beer at Minter City around 9. Roy had had nothing. There was no moon, and they drove to Preacher's house, 2.8 miles east of Money. Preacher's whole house stands 50 feet right of the gravel road, with cedar and persimmon trees in the yard, but Big Millam drove the pickup in under the trees. He was bareheaded, carrying a 5-cell flashlight in his left hand, the .45 in his right. "Preacher, you got a boy from Chicago here?" "Yes, sir. I want to talk to him." "Yes, sir, I'll get him." Preacher led them to a back bedroom where 4 youths were sleeping in 2 beds. In one was Bobo Till and Simon Wright, Preacher's youngest son. Bryant had told Preacher to turn on the lights. Preacher had said they were out of order, so only the flashlight was used. The visit was not a complete surprise. Preacher testified he'd heard of trouble and that Show had talked to his nephew about it. Bobo himself had been afraid. He'd wanted to go home the day after the incident. And the Negro girl in the party had urged that he leave. They'll kill him, she had warned. But Preacher's wife, Elizabeth Wright, had decided that the danger was being magnified. She had urged Bobo to finish your visit. I thought they might say something to him, but I didn't think they'd kill a boy, Preacher said. And it gets more graphic as it goes on. A lot of racial slurs, of course. But I want to really emphasize here, the things they did to Emmett Till. And then they did these to him, and I want you all to remember what we heard here, right? Let's see here.
When I'm doing oral histories, I'm not looking to judge the people I'm interviewing. I'm not looking to change the people I'm interviewing. I'm looking to make sure that the tape recorder is running. I'm there to try to encourage them to tell their truth, not to create it myself by badgering them in some direction that I want them to go, but to encourage them to tell their truth and share their memories. And so when things like that come up, she's not actually I had somebody tell me about committing a racial murder in great detail. The first interview I ever did, in fact.
Because there are some people out there who look at themselves and they see the main character. They look at themselves and they say to themselves, well, what I did was justified. And that's true of these guys, right? That's how they're able to sit down and do an interview. Like a year after killing a 14-year-old boy, going and abducting him in the middle of the night at gunpoint, and then torturing him to death. And they go to the paper and they tell the whole story. This entire story in this magazine is based on their testimony. And in their testimony, they describe wrapping barbed wire around his neck. They describe what they did to him. But part of what they do in telling this story is they seek to justify it as much as possible, right? And that's the testimony that then Matt Walsh goes, well, it had to have happened this way. That's it. And Matt Walsh is just over here going like, well, he kind of deserved it though.
He told her she didn't need to be afraid and explained, quote, I've been with white women before. Emmett Till did not leave the store until one of his friends entered and forcefully removed him. So this was, according to her, an attempted sexual assault, not just an advance.
When Matt Walsh says this was an attempted sexual assault, there is nothing in any account. The FBI went over this case. No mention within their case about any hands being laid on that woman. None.
Now, these facts are obviously not flattering for Emmett Till, and for what it's worth.
And this is what I find fascinating. He then says these facts. Nothing in the factual record supports what he just said.
this behavior would not be out of character for the Till family. I think it's worth noting, Emmett's father was named Lewis Till. He enlisted in the Army during World War II to avoid going to prison for domestic violence. But Lewis Till's behavior did not change overseas. He was court-martialed for the murder of an Allied civilian during the Italian campaign, as well as the rape of 2 pregnant Italian women. Ultimately, he was found guilty and hanged. And incidentally, he had been incarcerated at the same military prison as the American poet Ezra Pound, who was jailed for treason. Pound even wrote a verse about Lewis Till saying, "Till was hung yesterday for murder and rape with trimmings." Now, of course, the fact that Emmett Till's father was a domestic abuser and a rapist does not by itself demonstrate that Emmett Till did anything wrong. But, if we're just being logical about it, it makes it more likely that he would engage in similar conduct and take into...
How does it make it more likely? Matt, hey, Matt, how does it make it more likely? What does this have to do with Emmett Till? Well, it has nothing to do with Emmett Till. Unless you are a eugenicist and a racist, like Matt Walsh. Right? Like, this is him saying, well, obviously Emmett Till must have gotten the rape gene from his dad. It's some, classic, sins of the father are the sins of the son type bullshit. It is truly just such a heinous thing to say.
Together with Bryant's testimony, it's obviously context that makes her claim more credible, though still not...
Yeah, also very well worth pointing out, Avalon of Babylon, if he was hung in 1945, that would have meant he was deployed when Emmett Till was 2.
None of us can ever know for sure what really happened in that store that day. I mean, we really don't know for sure. But the major lie about Emmett Till is what happened many years after his death. And the claim from the left and the media and activists is that Bryant later recanted her allegations that Emmett Till had physically assaulted her. They say that Bryant admitted in her dying years that she made the whole thing up, and she feels really bad about it. This is a core part of the story, and here's ABC repeating that claim. Listen.
We're coming. Reverend Wheeler Parker says that his Bible tells him to forgive. And he says that's what he's doing here. Thank you. Taking an overnight train to Mississippi with his wife, trying to make peace. Oh my goodness. With the murder of his cousin by a clan of racists.
If you dwell on it, you'll come out of it injured.
Nearly 70 years ago to this day. This is where the white woman who worked here claimed that his 14-year-old cousin had grabbed her, put his hands around her waist, and then told her he had slept with white women before. It was all over the daily papers with quotes from a young Wheeler Parker calling 21-year-old Carolyn Bryant a pretty lady, interviews he says he never gave. Bryant and her husband Roy owned the store. In 2007, she told a book writer that she lied, and then she died in 2023, never apologizing to the black families.
What you should notice about all these stories is how definitive they are. All the official versions of the Emmett Till story make the claim that beyond a shadow of a doubt, Bryant admitted she was wrong. Pretty much everyone accepts this version of events to the point that just a couple of years ago, black activists tried to have the elderly woman thrown in prison. At the time, she was in her 80s and in failing health. But they didn't care. They went all the way to a grand jury, which rejected their claims. Watch.
Well, a grand jury in Mississippi today declined to indict the white woman whose accusations set off the lynching of Emmett Till nearly 70 years ago. Carolyn Bryant Dunham, now 88, initially claimed that Till made unwanted advances towards her at her family's grocery store. It led to the brutal torture and lynching of the 14-year-old. The prosecutor said the grand jury found insufficient evidence to charge Dunham.
Here are just a few of the top comments.
I mean, it is worth noting, by the way, that back in 2022, they actually found the warrant that was initially sworn for Bryant's arrest. Specifically, the warrant charging her, Carolyn Bryant Donham, in his kidnapping and murder. It was unserved, but it does exist.
On that video to give you an idea of the public reaction. Quote, she's definitely going to hell. Quote, you got to be kidding me. Don't worry. God knows what you did. We know what you did. One day you'll receive what you deserve. May God hold Emmett in his hands. Quote, always angers me when the truly evil live to a ripe old age. Now, those are the least deranged quotes I can find. It's all out bloodlust over a dying woman in her 80s. And it's all based on a total fabrication. Bryant never recanted her allegation. The claim that she recanted was made by a historian named Timothy Tyson. He wrote a book in 2017 called The Blood of Emmett Till, in which he claimed that Bryant recanted her claims about Till in 2008, many decades after the incident. He recorded...
Oh, very interesting. Evidence indicates a woman, possibly Donham, identified Till to the men who later killed him. The arrest warrant against Donham was publicized at the time, but the LaFleur County Sheriff told reporters he didn't want to bother the woman since she had 2 young children to care for. Cool.
All this, all of his interviews for the book.
It's all lies, but, you know, they do have a sworn warrant for her arrest implicated in the murder that I want to really emphasize here. The murderers confessed to doing the murder. When they talk to the magazine in that interview I was quoting from, they confessed to doing the murder. This was after they were found not guilty and couldn't be prosecuted again for it. But I think it is worth noting here that she was never prosecuted for it. Which, in turn, means that if she had started talking about it, or if she had been prosecuted for this, or if she had talked about how she had lied, even in her late years, she could have been prosecuted, which is all the motivation in the world to say, no, I never said that. Like, worth noting, she had very strong incentive to not publicly come forward as someone who, you know, lied when there was a sworn warrant for her arrest.
Including his interviews with Bryant, standard practice for historians who are writing a book.
They would have said she was too old. That's not a defense. You guys realize that, like, if you're 100 years old and do a murder, you can still be prosecuted for the murder. Like, that's not a defense. We fucking prosecute Nazi SS soldiers that are like 100 years old. We'll do it to fucking racists who lie to get children killed.
So you'd think he'd be able to support his claims, especially a claim as explosive as that one. But it turns out that somehow Tyson's transcripts and audio recordings did not capture this bombshell admission. The FBI opened an investigation into Tyson's claims, since it would obviously be relevant to a criminal proceeding, even if the statute of limitations had expired, and they found no support for it whatsoever. This is from the Washington Post. The article is from 2021. Quote, the Justice Department has closed the latest federal investigation into the 1955 lynching of Emmett Till in rural Mississippi. Federal authorities reopened the case 3 years ago after a new book reported that Bryant had denied in an interview that Till had made any advances. In theory, that could have meant she lied in decades-old court proceedings. Justice Department officials said Monday that when the FBI questioned Bryant about these allegations, about these alleged statements to the book's author, she said she did not make them, and the author's interview tape and transcripts do not show her making such statements. The book said Bryant told Tyson that Till had not come on to her sexually, a disclosure that directly contradicted her testimony 6 decades earlier, which she told a jury that Till grabbed her by the waist and uttered obscenities. In a statement, Justice Department said the FBI was unable to confirm Tyson's assertion that Donham had recanted her prior testimony. When agents interviewed her, she denied ever recanting and provided no new information, Justice Department statement said. Authorities concluded there was insufficient evidence to prove that she ever told the professor that any part of her testimony was untrue. Although the professor represented that he had recorded 2 interviews with her, he provided the FBI with only 1 recording, which did not contain any recantation.
Now, this is true, but not really these days. They let old people go because it would cost the state too much to care for them. No, they do that in very rare cases with people who've been in prison for a long time. They aren't going to just be like, well, you're over 100 years old, you can go on murder sprees. No, stop it. Stop being silly. Like, if that were the case, we'd have like a weird reverse RoboCop situation going on, where like the crime gangs like armed up children in RoboCop because RoboCop couldn't shoot kids. They would just be like arming up like all the elderly, strapping them up to do crimes. It just no. But also, worth noting that while there isn't a audio recording of Emmett Till's accuser recanting, this is what the interviewer says. Tyson. Quote. All right. In his book, The Blood of Emmett Till, Tyson wrote about Donham's memoir recounting the story she told at the trial using imagery about the classic Southern racist horror movie of the Black Beast rapist. But her testimony that Till had grabbed her around the waist and uttered obscenities, she now told me, that part's not true. Tyson said the recordings of his interviews with Donham are now in the hands of the FBI, which is re-examining Till's killing. Quote, it is true that that part is not on tape because I was setting up the tape recorder, Tyson said. He said when Donham began to mutter something about, quote, they're all dead now anyway, he snatched up his notebook and began taking notes, which the FBI has since subpoenaed. He shared a photo of the notes with the Clarion Ledger. They read, that part wasn't true 50 years ago. I just don't remember. Nothing that boy ever did could justify what happened to him. And if you want to see a picture of the notes in question, here they are from the interview. These are contemporaneous with the day the interview happened. So I don't know. Seems pretty weird that this is like the attempted fabrication from an evil journalist. And it has contemporaneous evidence for exactly what he said happened. Good old yellow pad. I'm not even sure that is yellow paper. That might genuinely just be yellowed by time. Or maybe the lighting is yellowish. I don't know. But I don't know. Matt Walsh here is just really fishing for something to be off about the Emmett Till story in a way that like benefits white supremacists. It's truly disgusting.
A transcript of Tyson's other interview also did not contain the alleged recantation, officials said. Separately, NBC News reported that, quote, but Donham denied to federal investigators that she lied in her testimony, a source of knowledge of the case said, and there were inconsistencies with statements made by Tyson. So to recap, to this day, they're lying to us about what the woman alleged Emmett Till did to her.
Well, again, the allegation here really just seems, well, he was no angel and he had it coming. Like that, even if we grant everything that Matt Walsh is saying is true, which is a big ask, but even if you grant it, it really just boils down to Emmett Till, a 14-year-old child, really had it coming.
Lying by claiming the woman recanted her claim. She didn't. And they're burying a lot of information about the case, about Emmett Till, including the fact that his father was a rapist.
They're burying all the information. No, they're not. Like, I'm so sick of this line of argument from conservatives. The idea that, like, oh, well, they're hiding it from you. It's like, they're not hiding. No one's hiding anything from anybody. You're just not curious about it and have never bothered to look it up. Like, that's the problem. Nobody has hid anything from you. You just lack the curiosity to go seek out the information. Like, if you were interested about the case of Emmett Till, you could just Google information. You could go to your local library and check out some books about it. You could, like, go look up the entire original confession article, like I did. Like, you could do a wide variety of different things in order to get more information about this. No one is hiding Emmett Till's dad's history. It's just not relevant to Emmett Till's story and what happened to him.
And with all that in mind, you have to wonder if they're telling the truth about any.
Also, again, who is they? He is never clarified. Who is they? Who are they telling the truth? Who? Like, the allegation that, like, just everything that claims to be factual is lying to you, this is just like a core component of fascist education. Like, that's all that's happening here. He's teaching his audience to be stupid, to be docile, and to just believe that information isn't available to them because they have hidden it. And we all know who they are. Exactly, Avalon of Babylon. Typically, someone like Matt Walsh alleges that it's the Marxists in academia, or the Judeo-Bolsheviks, even, if you want to go full Nazi with it. You know, alleging a conspiracy of, like, communist Jews who control the world to, like, facilitate true information being hidden from you. Cultural Marxist is another label that has been really gaining steam in recent years. But it all comes down to folks like this. When they make these vague allegations of they are hiding the truth from you, it usually is vague on purpose so that the listener can just insert whichever conspiratorial group they have been radicalized against. Maybe it's the Masons, or the Knights Templar, or, like, some kind of other group. It's left vague on purpose, but most of the time, guys like Matt Walsh are in bed with the anti-Semites.
Aspect of this particular story. I mean, once they're willing to fabricate important details in order to create a myth for the purposes of launching the civil rights movement, then there's...
Oh, maybe in this case, the they is just black people. Black people lied about Emmett Till to launch the civil rights movement. And again, to be clear here, Matt Walsh is saying that if, assuming everything was true about the case of Emmett Till, about, like, him, oh, he touched her and, like, made, like, a sexual advance towards her, and then she was not interested, that somehow justifies him being, like, strangled with barbed wire and thrown into the river. Right? Like, as if the entirety of the civil rights movement was dependent upon Emmett Till being, like, morally pure. What happened to Emmett Till was horrific. It was horrific on its own, on the face of it. And, like, even if you grant Matt Walsh's story, which you have no reason to do, it would still be horrific.
No reason to trust anything they say about it. Now, does that mean that his killing was justified? No, obviously not. It was a brutal murder. We know that. There's really no disputing that. But the popular narrative...
Man, if you guys don't get angry about a story about someone being, like, strangled, a child being strangled with barbed wire and drowned, like, I don't know, like, Like, people should be angry about a story like that.
Narrative about this case leaves out important details and blatantly lies about others. And there's no disputing that either. Which makes you wonder about, what else about the story they aren't telling us. Nothing about the story or any of these kinds of stories can be taken on faith anymore.
It wasn't taken on faith. They have photographs. They have contemporaneous testimony. They have what are you talking about? Oh, I found some apparent inconsistencies, therefore everything about history is a lie. Okay. I mean, I guess maybe history isn't the field you should be studying, Matt.
Doesn't mean they're all wrong. Any of these kinds of stories you learned in school, you should go back again and check. You cannot assume that any of them are entirely true, and many of them might be entirely wrong. And in fact, lynchings in general are one of the most inflammatory aspects of American history, and therefore nobody wants to be honest about them. There's a hysteria about lynchings that led to a federal anti-lynching bill just a few years ago, if you remember that. Even though no black person has been lynched in this country at all in living memory, white people have certainly been attacked for their skin color, as we saw at the top of the show. But there have been no anti-black lynchings at all in many, many decades.
What? This is just a lie. This is just absolutely, positively a lie. Also, he's about to get into some really infuriating territory where he talks about, like, actually, we don't even know how racialized lynching was in America. And, like, we actually know exactly how racialized lynching was in America because they made fucking postcards and sold them to commemorate lynchings. I'm not going to show them because they're literally just pictures of lynchings.
And, there's this idea that if you object to any of the propaganda about lynching, then you must endorse the murder of innocent black people. But that's obviously not true. And all that matters is the truth. That's all we're saying about all these stories. What actually happened? What is the truth? You're saying some things that aren't true. I want to know what the actual truth is. That's all. Now, the popular narrative about lynching today is that it was a form of murderous violence inflicted by white people on black people for racial reasons. Now, it's true, of course, that those kinds of lynchings have occurred in American history. Not any time recently, which is what made that anti-lynching bill so ridiculous, not to mention the fact that lynching was already very much illegal anyway. And yet even Tuskegee University, which is a historically black university, admits that between 1882 and 1968, and this is according to their tally, more than 27% of lynching victims were white. Now, if lynching was a form of racial violence, then why would a significant percentage of the victims be white?
Hey, just out of curiosity, what were the percentages of black victims? And what exactly was the percentage of the population that was black versus population of the country that was white? Maybe it's the fact that, like, disproportionately African Americans were lynched exponentially more often than white folks were. Just as a thought. Like, the idea that, like, America's just built different. We don't do lynchings anymore. Like, we're not built different. And people in other countries still do lynchings. Lynchings still happen in America. Like, there is a story out of North Carolina recently dealing with a girl, Juliana I'm gonna not pronounce the last name right, Nazita, who went missing and was found hanging from a tree 11 days after she disappeared. Like, could that have been? Could that have been just like a whoopsie-daisy accident? I guess, maybe, but that'd be one hell of an accident. Be like 12,000 steps that would have had to accidentally happen for that to occur. So, I don't know. It's, to me, this argument like, oh, well, lynchings weren't racialized. Here is a real newspaper clipping. All right, this is from the Jim Crow Museum, right? And let me see if I can do. Yes. No, this isn't from that. Yeah, here we go. So they have an entire section of their website dedicated to lynching picnic. Question: I keep hearing people say that the word picnic is related to lynchings of black people in America. Is it true or not? Over the years, there have been some debates on the origins of the word picnic and its connection to lynching. Fact checkers from Reuters, PolitiFact, and other authors have verified that the term picnic did not originate from the lynching spectacles of black men in the United States. David Pilgrim, the founder and director of the Jim Crow Museums, wrote an article in 2004 which stated the etymology of the word picnic does not suggest racist or racial overtones. Picnic was originally a 17th century French word, picnic. Its meaning was similar to today's meaning, a social gathering where each attendee brings a share of the food. While it is true that the word picnic did not originate from a form of lynching, pick a N-word to lynch, numerous lynching scenes were social gatherings where people shared food, laughed, and celebrated. In fact, cursory research on the term lynching picnic reveals several primary sources for reports on such events. And one such report here: women, children turn lynching into picnic. White Southern womanhood steps down to revel at scene. 100 bullet holes. Afro reader gives first eyewitness account. From Tarboro, North Carolina. The scene of the gruesome lynching of Oliver Moore, who was taken from the county jail, carried away into the woods, strung up to a tree, and riddled with bullets, was turned into a veritable picnic ground when men, women, and children, intoxicated with the spirit of race prejudice and mob violence, surged around the horrible sight, played jokes, and made merry as the blood from multiple wounds dripped from the suspended body of the victim. This was not an unusual event. In fact, this is what then led to the creation of lynching postcards. This has a long and terrible history.
The answer is that historically, lynching was a form of mob justice. In the vast majority of cases, the victim, white or black, or any race, was accused of committing a serious crime. Now, often, we can't know exactly how often, but they were indeed guilty of committing the crime. The important point is that lynching was...
How would you know that? Matt Walsh, how would you know that? Like, if they are in prison or have been merely accused of a crime, that implies they haven't gone through the justice system. They haven't actually been, like, able to defend themselves, able to present evidence in their defense. So what you're saying is, well, I imagine that they were guilty of it, and so that makes it a little bit more okay. Matt Walsh is just basically personifying the mob bloodthirsty mentality. It's genuinely insane. It is insane to see a man just go, you know what? Actually, racial lynchings justified. justified. You know, most of them were guilty. I have no facts on my side. I just feel like it's true.
It's not an exclusively racial form of violence. Often it had nothing to do with race at all. I mean, we can confidently say that most of the 27% of white victims, assuming that percentage is not an undercount, which is a very massive assumption.
Hey, Matt, why, like in the world you're envisioning, there would have been a more accurate account of how many victims were not white? Like, Matt's like, well, obviously white people were undercounted for some reason. But in like the slave era South, or even in the like pre-Jim Crow South, you're saying that like the stats on black lynchings would be even more accurate? Like, it's so bizarre. Like, the fact is, if you stop and you break down any aspect of his argument, it doesn't make a lick of sense. It's just disgusting hatred. Absolutely disgusting. Let's see. I would love this data. Let's take a look here. Gotta verify I'm human because I'm not an AI scraping for data.
All right, dramatic new information.
There we go. Here we are. National crimes, a new national data set of lynchings in the United States, 1883 to 1941. Let's take a look here. Oh, there's a long data collection. There's a long sociological tradition of studying lynchings in the South, dating back to the lynching era itself. Ida B. Wells was the first to use lynching statistics collected by the Chicago Tribune to show that even taking the stated motivations of lynch mobs at face value, which is what Matt Walsh is doing, by the way, by saying that they're justified lynchings, rape and sexual assault were not the primary motivations for lynching, as lynching apologists had claimed. And hey, look at that! Matt Walsh is also claiming. How about them apples? Monroe work in 1913 took Wells's analysis a step further, showing that although around 20 to 25% of lynchings of black men were ostensibly about rape, only 2% of blacks incarcerated for major offenses were charged with rape. And many groups of European immigrants were incarcerated for rape at much higher levels, suggesting that whites were afforded the protections of the legal system when accused of rape, whereas blacks were not. Researchers at the Tuskegee Institute and the early NAACP under W.E.B. Du Bois began to collect lynching statistics in the early 1900s. And you can see one of the fruits of their labor right here on this map, which, kind of gives you an idea of where a lot of lynchings took place across America. Interesting. Until Tolnay and Beck in 1995 undertook their project to validate lynching statistics for the American Southeast, the NAACP, Chicago Tribune, and Tuskegee Institute were the best sources of data, both nationally and for the Southeast. Tolnay and Beck showed that these original data sets had significant errors and created a new data set consisting only of lynchings that they could verify with local newspapers. This data set has since been used in a diverse array of research on lynching in the American South. Our data collection is meant to extend the Tolnay-Beck data set beyond the 10 original southern states in the hopes of spurring lynching research in other regions and at a national scale. To ensure similarity to Tolnay and Beck's data, we follow the common academic definition of lynching as 1, an extrajudicial killing, 2, motivated or justified by reference to justice or tradition, and 3, committed by 3 or more people. Loosely following Tolnay and Beck's original strategy, we began with the Chicago Tribune and NAACP inventories and attempted to confirm those lynchings with local papers. Unlike Tolnay and Beck, we did not have access to the Tuskegee database. Also, unlike Tolnay and Beck, we supplemented these contemporaneous data sets with those published by historians. We then used 9 searchable online newspaper archives to locate local news accounts that could confirm or disconfirm the lynchings in these data sets. For each lynching recorded in any of our source data sets, we searched online newspaper archives for local papers to confirm the lynching. If we did not find a paper within the same state reporting the lynching, we considered it unconfirmed and it does not appear in our data set. In many cases, when we were not able to confirm a lynching, we were able to get a paper trail that suggests how erroneous lynching event made it into the original lynching inventories. So, there you have it. When combined with the new Tolnay-Beck data, we recorded 4,467 total victims of lynching from 1883 to 1941. Of these victims, 4,027 were men, 99 were women, and 341 were of unknown gender, although likely male. 3,265 were black, 1,082 were white, 71 were Mexican or of Mexican descent, and 38 were American Indian, 10 were Chinese, and 1 was Japanese. So, yeah, the overwhelming majority of these were African Americans. But, you know, I suppose if you're like Matt Walsh and you just want to imagine whatever numbers you want, you don't need data.
But we can assume that they were not lynched, for racial reasons. Does it make sense then to assume that every black victim was lynched for racial reasons? Of course it doesn't. In a certain significant percent of cases, they were lynched for the same reason whites were lynched, because they had committed or were accused of committing a crime. And lynching was not invented in 1882, by the way. It had been used all...
Yeah, except we, have a legal system. And, just operating outside of the legal system to kill people you think need killing isn't generally an acceptable way of going about business, Matt Walsh, in his pro-lynching arguments, incredible that is what's happening, seems to be arguing in favor of just killing people who need killing, and I don't think that is a road anyone should be going down.
All through the early history of the United States and before that. It happened during colonial times too. We don't have any data, as far as I could find, on the racial makeup of the victims in the early 19th century and prior to that. But there's good...
he's like, well, we didn't invent lynching, but lynching was really a form of justice when you think about it. And, all these people had been accused of crimes for the most part. And,
reason to suspect that a large number of them, perhaps even a majority, perhaps even a large majority, were white. And this wasn't just mob justice. Sometimes it was. Sometimes mobs of angry townsfolk banded together to kill some alleged wrongdoer. And sometimes they would do that even though they had a court system and jails that could have brought the alleged criminal to justice in a, civilized and constitutional way. But sometimes lynching was less a case of mob justice and more a case of frontier justice. Large swaths of the American territory through much of its early history didn't really have a functioning court system, so there wasn't much you could do with murderers, rapists, and cattle thieves in those cases, but execute them quickly, and sometimes they would leave their bodies hanging from a tree as a warning to anyone who might think of committing similar crimes. It was brutal and ugly, but sometimes brutal and ugly options were the only ones available.
Except they weren't, right? That's the thing. In a lot of cases of lynching, they broke people out of prison so that they could go and kill them. in a lot of cases, it was the only option. No, if you were capable of capturing them to kill them, you were capable of capturing them and bringing them to prison. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Matt? Like, this is genuinely some apologia for mass murder. It's crazy.
Maybe you can think of a better way to deal with like a murderer if you're living in a frontier town and there's no court system and no jail, and you've got someone who just murdered someone or is a rapist. What are you supposed to do with that person? A lot of internet companies claim
take them to the nearest jail. What do you mean? What do you look, that kid was caught stealing. What do? We don't have a jail nearby. Guess we gotta cut off his hands so he can't steal no more. Like, what are you talking about? Talking about these, like, places across the United States as if there weren't, like, actual prisons or jails or any kind of legal system at all. It is crazy. This idea that, like, it was just impossible for people to access the legal system. It literally was not.
their services are free, which is interesting because they're some of the richest companies in human history. So where exactly is all that money coming from? The answer, of course, is you, your information, your habits, your...
Man, I really hope, like, genuinely, whatever company he's about to try and sell you guys on, maybe consider sending that company this video and ask why the hell they're advertising on a video that is arguing in favor of lynching.
Interest, your behavior. The product was never the app. The product is you, the person using it. Every click, search, and website visit gets collected, analyzed, packaged, and sold. Most people know this is happening. They've just gotten used to it. It's one of the reasons I use ExpressVPN. When I'm online, my internet provider doesn't need a detailed record of everything I'm doing. And data brokers certainly don't need another piece of information to add to the profile that they're already building on me or know more about my habits than my own family does. ExpressVPN routes my internet activity through...
Like, why ExpressVPN, why the fuck are you advertising your product after, like, a guy just finished talking about how actually doing lynchings was totally justified and, in fact, in some cases, the only moral thing to do? Good God.
Secured encrypted servers and helps keep what I do online private. It's simple, one click and it's on. I use it across my devices and never have to think about it again. It's exactly how privacy tools should work because privacy online matters just as much as in the physical world. If you care about having a little more control over your own information online, it's worth checking out. Find out how you can get up to 4 extra months by scanning the QR code on screen. Click the link in the description box below or go to expressvpn.com/WalshYT. Again, scan the QR code or visit expressvpn.com/WalshYT to find out how you can get up to 4 months free. Again, we have a story that is much more complicated than the one told today by the media and the education system. Lynching.
The complication you introduced is irrelevant to the actual crime that ended Emmett Till's life. The complication you are introducing is, oh, well, maybe he really did deserve to be strangled with barbed wire and drowned at gunpoint. Maybe he really did deserve that at the age of 14 years old, because maybe he did, like, he tried to, like, play some game on a 21-year-old lady. And, like, there's a lot of evidence to say that that didn't happen, but you're doing a lot of maybes, a lot of what ifs. So, like, I don't know, Matt. Do you think that, like, in our world, you should be strangled with barbed wire and drowned if you make someone feel uncomfortable? Because I don't think Matt Walsh wants to live in that world. Leastways, he shouldn't. Dude makes me hella uncomfortable.
Things happened for hundreds of years. A huge number of them had nothing to do with race. Some of them were actually justified and necessary. Some of them were not. Some of them were racial killings. Some of them were not. We can't possibly know what the percentages look like. We can't break it down into a pie chart.
We can, actually, because we have contemporaneous sources to cross-check and verify. That's why we have the numbers you tried to reference earlier and then said, well, it's likely an undercount. Like, but only when it comes to white people for some reason. Like, historians actually did bother to look into it, Matt, and did bother to cross-check and verify the cases of lynching that they were able to do that with, which obviously isn't going to represent 100% of all lynchings that have ever happened, but it is going to create an interesting cross-section of data that we can then extrapolate from in potentially useful ways.
And so instead, the popular narrative has simplified the pie so that the racial killings are the whole pie. And
no, actually, because the thing is, when you're talking about the civil rights movement, the death of Emmett Till, the murder of Emmett Till, is a key component to learn about. Most history classes in the elementary through high school range are not going to have in-depth courses on lynchings in America. You will get a brief overview, maybe a couple of times throughout your entire education if you stop at high school. If you're actually interested in history and you go to college and you take courses in American history, however, they will give you a full breakdown of what lynching was like in America. They will teach you that stuff. You will be assigned to read books that talk about the nuances of this, because information is in fact more complicated than what is taught to elementary schoolers. It is more complicated than what is taught to high schoolers. But you actually have to be curious enough to seek out that information. It's not all being hidden from you. It exists. You just have to be curious enough and motivated enough to go look it up. God damn.
now lynching has become a symbol of anti-black racism. But historically, the concept of lynching...
Are white people in apartheid government the reason why hundreds of millions of people are poor on the African continent? I wouldn't say white people in apartheid. I would say colonialism. The colonial system that is designed to extract wealth from the African continent to a variety of different countries around the world, and has found new and novel ways to do that over the course of the last century, would be responsible for that.
Did not have that automatic racial connotation. It's only relatively recently that the noose has become this like racially charged symbol. But it should...
I'm sorry.
Not have that automatic racial connotation. It's only relatively recently that the noose has become this like racially charged symbol.
I mean, I guess you can say that if you don't think that there was a racial tinge, a racial element to lynching in America. Because if you did realize that there was a very definitive racial element to lynching in America, then saying something like the noose has only recently become racialized in America would be a very stupid thing to say. Like, he has to willfully make himself stupider as he talks in order to avoid the obvious contradictions in the things he says.
But it should tell you something that literally every prominent case of a racist noose being left somewhere to intimidate black people at any point this century has turned out to be a hoax. All of them have been hoaxes. And maybe that should tell you something. One of the most...
They literally haven't all been hoaxes. This idea that they are is insane. Like, for example, this case in Michigan from a couple years ago. Michigan man accused of leaving nooses and racist notes is charged with hate crimes. Kenneth Pillen, 61, also called Starbucks employees and left racist messages, federal authorities said. Or... you have this case. Dozens of nooses have shown up on U.S. construction sites. The culprits rarely face consequences. Black workers make up only 6% of the sector, have found many of those 55 nooses reported at 40 work sites since 2015, a post-analysis has found. Because, again, this is a thing that happens. And guess what? They're not like those workers at construction sites. They're not getting massive payouts because there's like a noose there. They aren't planting it themselves, and they're gonna like have a huge payday about it, which is what Matt Walsh tends to, imply here. Or, hey, like people wouldn't just be openly racist anymore in America. This is from 2014.
Fight. Neighbors in a South Florida neighborhood angry because a man is flying a KKK flag right in his front yard.
And Adam, that defiant man says he has every right to fly that flag no matter what his neighbors say.
Team 6 reporter Ari Odzer is live in West Boca with the latest reaction here. Ari.
Well, Adam, nobody's arguing that Kelsey Hayes doesn't have the right to fly that KKK banner over his trailer here. Of course, his rights to freedom of speech and expression are enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, but that doesn't mean his neighbors have to like it.
You're a pig! You're a pig!
What a pause screen right there. All right. But like, this isn't an uncommon thing for people to use nooses this way. Black Tyson Foods employee says harassment with nooses and castration threats left him fearful for his life. He claims he was subjected to racial discrimination so horrific the 62-year-old mechanic lived in fear of leaving work each day, fearing he would be followed and killed by his white colleagues, according to court documents reviewed by The Independent. In a federal civil rights suit filed Monday, Alvin Clark, the only black worker on his team, says the bigotry eventually got so bad he began to staying in area hotels rather than his own home, so that he was not located by Tyson employees and murdered. Among other things, Clark's complaint contends he was passed over multiple times for a more desirable position because he was allegedly told by white higher-ups, "Ain't no N-word getting the job," that a supervisor hung a noose in front of him, that a group of managers pulled knives and vowed to castrate him, and that he survived an attempted shooting by one of his shift leaders only because the man's gun jammed. Clark's white managers laughed and did nothing, according to the complaint. So, you know. But no, the nooses would never happen. People in America, they're not racist anymore. This is from last year. Pennsylvania bar shares photo of customer in KKK costume with noose. Don't they look great? Pennsylvania bar posted a picture of one of its customers in a Ku Klux Klan costume with a noose as part of a post showing customers' costumes for a Halloween party. The Redneck Bar and Grill in Middleburg, Snyder County posted the photo in a slideshow on Saturday saying, "Here are some of our customers who came to the party. Don't they look great?" Yeah. But no, these cases of nooses showing up, all fake. All fake, apparently.
Powerful scenes, for my money, in the miniseries Lonesome Dove, one of the great...
Matthew Callanales writes, "Yeah, I remember being at a diner and my dad seeing the workers spit into the coffee of an interracial couple." Yep.
Pieces of...
I still remember being like 16, and there was a Cheerios commercial that had an interracial couple in it, and people on the internet freaking the fuck out that there was an interracial couple. It was it was an eye-opening experience for me as a teenager. Seeing people just get so hateful over an interracial couple in a commercial. Like, was it this one? Yeah, I think it was this commercial in particular. from 2013.
Mom.
Yes, honey?
Dad told me that Cheerios is good for your heart. Is that true?
Says here that Cheerios has whole grain oats that can help remove some cholesterol, and that's heart healthy.
Jim?
Like, the amount of hatred on that commercial was insane. But, yeah. That was cute. It was cute. But people got infuriated over that. Let me see if I can, yeah, here we go.
A new advertisement featuring a family and a box of Cheerios is sparking controversy. It has nothing to do with the product or even what's said. So why all the backlash? Our Alex Hobson joins us now in studio to explain. Alex?
What it boils down to is this. The negativity circling this Cheerios ad is all because of the cast of characters, an interracial couple and their mixed-race kid. The commercial starts with her, a curly-haired cutie talking to her mom, a white woman, about Cheerios.
Dad told me that Cheerios is good for your heart. Is that true?
She runs off, and then you see her dad, a black man covered in Cheerios. The joke is she wanted to make his heart healthy, but the reality is this ad that ends in love has generated a lot of hate.
I was a bit surprised and a bit disappointed, I'd say.
The social media blowback of the biracial family got so bad, General Mills decided to disable all of its YouTube comments, which, according to Adweek, devolved into references of Nazis, troglodytes, and racial genocide. Sajeev Varki, a USF associate professor of marketing, was blown away.
I really can't figure out what they found objectionable to this.
Varki says in advertising, children can often trigger more intense emotions. So it may have been seeing the little girl of mixed race that elicited the strong response in some people. But in 2013, a time when interracial marriage has been legal now for decades, Varki points out this ad is reality. And he hopes other companies don't shy away from it because of what he calls a small sliver of society.
There's a little sliver, and this doesn't represent the audience for General Mills.
The makers of Cheerios are trying to look past the controversy. In a statement to ABC News, they wrote, quote, consumers have responded positively to our new Cheerios ad. At Cheerios, we know there are many kinds of families, and we celebrate them all. So we want to know what you think. We've gone ahead and posted the ad in its entirety on our website, abcactionnews.com. You can leave us your thoughts under the comments tab.
Yeah. Legal for decades to interracial marriage. But despite it being legal for decades, conservatives are still big mad over it forever, apparently. But let's wrap this up.
You know, of television or film ever made. But one of the most powerful scenes is when Tommy Lee Jones's character lynches a group of thieves and murderers. I'm
sorry. Oh God. All right.
For my money, in the miniseries Lonesome Dove, one of the great pieces of, of television or film ever made. But one of the most powerful scenes is when Tommy Lee Jones's character lynches a group of thieves and murderers, including one of them who was a former friend. All of them were white. Now, it's fiction, obviously, but also a pretty fair reflection of historical reality, a pretty fair reflection of what lynching looked like and why it was done in many, many cases all throughout American history. But importantly, 35 years ago when the show came
I cannot believe he dedicated a 20-minute long segment of his show to talk about how cool and awesome and just lynchings are. Like, I know we're in like the final seconds of this, but like I'm genuinely like just, oh well, I saw a movie where like a lynching was really cool once. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you for real right now? I've seen a lot of movies with sword fights in them. And are you trying to be like, well, yeah, cutting off hands is cool as shit because it happened in Star Wars? What the fuck are you talking about?
Came out 35, 40 years ago, whatever it was. Nobody flagged the lynching scene as some kind of historical whitewashing. It looked normal to the audience because that's how everyone understood the concept of lynching until, I would argue, the last like 20 years or so. And that's when the propaganda went into overdrive.
Jesus. The anti-lynching propaganda. I don't know how to interpret this other than Matt Walsh like really trying hard to argue that he should be allowed to lynch people. I don't think there's any other way to really interpret this. It's really fucked up. What's the comment section? Oh god, what is it like? See, a lie can travel the world before the truth puts its pants on. It's supportive of Matt Walsh, of course. Let's see. The truth has no defense against a fool determined to believe a lie. In the 70s, in Stillwater, Oklahoma, at the high school, there was a black Marvin Thames who would go up to white girls, grab them, and actually rub and hunch on us in the hallways. We were told to ignore him, and no actions were ever taken to protect us.
It's evil creeps like Walsh that make me keep doing this work, tired as I am.
Yeah, truly, if we do not put on our pants and get to work organizing, folks like Matt Walsh will unfortunately rule us. And I cannot abide that. Okay, like truly, and I do mean this. This is maybe one of the most vile comment sections I've ever seen in my life. Right? So much of this is just people listing like, oh, here's a historical figure that deserved to be lynched and was. Or, hey, back in the 70s, we should have been lynching these black people. Like, it's genuinely deeply disturbing. It's a bunch of people talking about how they really want they really want people to be lynched again. Oh, okay. Here's one small island of sanity. Longtime fan here, but I think Walsh is blinded by his desire to equate the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s with the lies peddled by the media today. Carol Bryant is alleged to have said that Till only lightly flirted with her. However, after Till's brutal murder, she changed her account from innocent flirting to Till grabbing her by the waist and trying to cajole her into going out with him. I have my doubts on this with the fact that Till was only 14 and this type of behavior was way out of cultural norms, etc. It goes on and on. I respect Matt's opinion about much subject matter. However, he seems to have a blind spot regarding race relations. Yeah. Yeah. It is also worth noting, it's correct. Bryant changed her story pre-trial and post-trial. So, yeah, I would say, you know what, Matt Walsh fans who recognize that Matt Walsh may have a blind spot when it comes to race relations, hold on to that. Hold on to that idea and like seek to maybe look at where he might have a few other blind spots. He might have a couple other blind spots here. That was one of the good comments. Yeah, one of the good comments was just like pointing out that Matt Walsh really got this fucking wrong. But none of them seem to really be calling out the fact that, like, he's like advocating for lynchings. This comment does end. Here's the thing, though. Even if it was true, and I don't think it amounts to sexual assault, as Matt puts it, Emmett was held by gunpoint in the middle of the night, taken to a remote location, and brutalized in the worst of ways. His killers said they asked if he thought he was still their equal. Till said yes, and that's when they shot him in the head. This is their own info they gave in an interview. It's disgusting and vile in every way and highlights the disproportionate reaction to alleged flirtation that was driven by racial animus. It's no wonder this moved the nation. It was grotesque. You acknowledge this, Matt, but you seem to close your eyes to its severity and implications. Which, like, you know what? I'm impressed. I am impressed that we even found one Matt Walsh viewer who is willing to be like, wait a minute, Matt. You being virulently pro-lynching, I can live with. But getting the facts wrong about this particular case, I cannot abide. God. There may still be hope for some people, sure. Anyway. If you got anything out of this... Oh, wait. Last point. Fuck Matt Walsh. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and please, for the love of God, leave a comment in my comment section, and do not siphon your soul away by going to Matt Walsh's comment section on this video. All right? Don't do it. Do not do it. Build something better in the comment sections to this video. All right? And get organized, folks, because folks like Matt Walsh are getting organized, and we need to be out organizing them. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, make your local Dems more pro-working class, kick out those corporate Dems, make your DSA more effective. We can help you do that. Join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, and also consider joining Progressive Victory. We've got a link down below for that. You can get connected directly into campaigns across the country to help do door knocking, phone banking, text banking for leftist candidates all over the land. So go check that out. And last but not least, folks, go check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description, and let's keep on going. That felt like a really long segment. Hello. We finished. Now, Dragonfly, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. And we are, with that, I believe, at, I think a tier 4, is it tier 4 8 subs? I think it is. There we go. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. Thank you for helping to make this show possible. Folks, if you have been enjoying the program, hit the like button on the show. Help us get the word out about the stream. You guys are the ones who help make this show grow, okay? Let's keep it going. Hit that like button, subscribe, and also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Go. enough of you join your local Dems, maybe we can finally get some sleep. Indeed, Dragonfly.
Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button.
There we go. Running on fumes right now. God, Dragonfly, same. I'm like barely holding it together, guys. Like going through Trump 2 right now feels like an unending slog. It's been difficult. Want to hear about some cool and hyper-local news that happened this weekend in Denver? Sure. Take care. Thank you for your service. Wait, we're not done. Oh, wait. Maybe Cloud is going to bed. Good night, Cloud. But status equals clicked. Whew. Got any folks willing to drop those subs or donos out there? We need to get closer to our goal. Our goal of both Dracula's Angel and, of course, we have Rudyard if we manage to make it to our next threshold beyond that. Yo, Exendu, thank you for the $10 super chat. I very, very much appreciate it. Having the cash for coffee or TP makes a world of difference.
Remember when you vote in the primary, the Republicans don't shy from support from Walsh and Fuentes, and corporate Dems are trying to bargain with them.
It's true. God. I think we need to do like some kind of palate cleanser segment. So we're going to go with something a little bit less virulently awful for our next segment. And you know what? I'm going to take this off because it's starting to itch me. I'm going to go for the plain black look. Conjure Gay Frogs, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Look at you go. Riverboat Chat, YouTube's making you guys look like fools today. April Fools. Give us that palette. You and Raptor really need to go onto Redolence sometime and inflict him with Rudy sanity damage. God, what if Alt Hist truly is the ultimate test? The ultimate test of sanity. Not the itching. Yeah, it's just a tight metal collar, and this fabric is kind of itchy. You need to do finger waves in your hair? I don't know how to do that, but I will ask my partner. She probably knows how to do it. Let's see. What if wrong history? There you go. There you go. I want to get drunk with Rudyard and play Magic the Gathering. I want to stay far away from him. I don't think... I feel like he would be a danger to someone like me. Hey, Maddie Online. I'm doing all right. All right. Been wanting to talk about this for a while. Are you guys ready to jump in to our next segment? There are better people to play Magic the Gathering with. I would love to learn Magic the Gathering sometime. But I feel like it's scary. It's a scary concept for me to learn Magic the Gathering, largely because I feel like it would take up... I feel like I'd get too into it, and it would take up all of my all of my time. All of my time and all of my money. Don't do it. Your finances will never recover. I'm genuinely worried. It's dangerous. I have 45,000 cards? Holy fuck. Splintered Orion, thank you for the tier 4
I'm watching
sub.
on and off cause I'm at work, but I remembered that I haven't paid for my own sub in a while, so here ya go. 3.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your yellow name in chat, lording over all the other names, along with Dragonfly. I think there are only like 3 or 4 tier 4 subs on the site. And I think technically people can get higher tier subs on YouTube, but I haven't ever seen somebody get one, so I don't know if it's a different color. I only know my card number by volume. You measure the number of cards you have in cubic feet? I can't. Jesus. You'd be a white-black deck girly, I think, Jack. I don't know what that means. My partner really wants me to play Magic with him, but I don't want to be smelly. That's why you gotta pick your opponents carefully. Let's see. It's called Cardboard Crack for a reason. I did not know it was called that. All right. Are you guys ready? We got another segment to skedaddle on. I've met a couple of my best friends playing Magic the Gathering, though. Hell yeah. Love that for you. I don't chat very much, but I will enjoy my golden name. Hell yeah, Splintered. All right. No, Jack would be a blue player. I don't know. All right, let's do it. So, folks, I wanted to take a look at this video, right? I wanted to take a look at this video. It was uploaded last week, so it's been around for a bit, by More Perfect Union. And in it, AOC goes and talks with MAGA voters about, I think, AI data centers. And I think that this is smart for a couple of reasons, but I haven't watched this whole thing. I thought it might be a good way for us to talk about AOC's prospective run for president that is coming up. I think she's probably going to announce 8 months from now, maybe. If I had to take a wild guess, somewhere in February of next year. But that being said, let's see what's really happening in this More Perfect Union video.
Went on a couple of months. My sister-in-law's ceiling come crashing down.
Nobody from Amazon has bothered to say one word. It was 3 blasts a day, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable.
What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that no one should cover this?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I'm on a Social Security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your ceiling.
No, I didn't.
We wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless,
And raise your hand if your electricity bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
from the black suburbs of Atlanta
Are the local politicians supportive or what?
to conservative rural communities,
This is not a party issue, this is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are, it's wrong.
How are voters going to respond to a Democratic socialist from New York?
People want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers,
I think this is a great example, by the way, of what I've been talking about when I talk about material needs not being met, and those material needs not being met, radicalizing people, opening up doors or possibilities that hadn't previously been open to them, or, you know, even mentally possible for them, you know? Okay, yeah, she's gonna shoot for president. Yeah, look, I've been saying this. I saw her give speeches at the rallies against the redistricting after the Civil Rights Act was struck down. She's talking like she's going to run for president. She is doing what she would need to be doing if she was running for president. So I think she's absolutely going to run. And I think this is part of that. I think this is part of her strategy. In part, I think that it is likely she's still, to some degree, testing the waters of whether she's going to run for president or Senate. But I think she's leaning more towards president as time goes on.
The AI race is a big deal. The construction of colossal data centers. We have to get this stuff built.
Where does that leave regular people, like Beverly Morris?
Well, I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized. I just think we got to show up in these places and see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us? There's been some damage to your house?
Of course, yeah, sure. Come on.
Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first initial thing I saw was the crack in my porch. Wow. All the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out they're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than...
Please God, don't get Liz Cheney endorsements. I think AOC is savvy enough to know, like, not to actively court a kiss of death for a progressive campaign.
...a mile from Pamela's home.
At least I would hope so.
You can still see where the paint is ripped all the way up my stairs. I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction, so
Oh, he did?
so if I look like I'm really sticking my nose
No,
in here,
I don't care.
because
I
I'm
want you
taking
to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing
Wait a
the same
minute.
thing.
Wait a minute. Fuck yeah. Look at that. We love to see a potential presidential candidate being respectful and taking off her goddamn shoes when she goes in somebody's house. All right? We love to see it, folks. We love to see respect for ordinary people.
I don't care.
Because
I
I'm
want
taking
you to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We're all sending letters out to the blasting company.
And what are they saying when they deny it?
They said my house was settling.
Oh, so everyone here's house is settling at the same time.
At the same time.
Pamela's neighbor also came by and insisted we see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Holy shit.
Makes you want to cry. No one's listening. Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is...
I mean, why here, why now? It's because they have the money to do it, and the entire ethos for every single one of these AI data companies is just... It's the Silicon Valley ethos blown up on a $1 trillion+ of investment revenue or investment money. And it's move fast and break things. And if the things that are being broken are just now your houses and your communities and your air and your water supply, and like that's what's being broken. And people thought move fast and break things was all good and dandy when it was oh, you're going to move fast and break things like your own website. Like, okay, I guess. But it has moved beyond that to move fast and break democracy, move fast and break whether or not you have clean drinking water. It is extraordinarily evil, and it's fueled by a truly vile amount of investment capital.
Investing $600 billion.
What the fuck is causing the blasts? It's construction on these massive, ginormous AI data centers, right? They're blasting out a lot of the necessary space because they want to do it very quickly, you know?
In data center infrastructure through 2028. OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even
by the way, we'll see if a lot of that money winds up materializing in the next year or two. I am still very firmly in the camp that, like, by the time we make it through this year, the AI industry is going to be in deep shit because of the economics of it just don't work out. The economics of AI absolutely does not work. Like, it so doesn't work, it's actually comical. And, like, they keep talking about it. They keep talking openly about how it doesn't work. Also, just want to say a huge thank you to Anime Sidekick Gal for the 20 gifted memberships. My goodness. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Thank you so much for allowing me to do what I do. I very, very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. But one of the things I wanted to, I'm going to bring up, you know, many of you know I have been sitting on just a massive, truly massive AI episode for quite some time here. But I'm going to play this during that segment, but it's worth playing for you guys right now specifically.
I think like America needs to have a very strong open source strategy. And in the absence of that, even if there's no technical limitation of using a KME model within your environment, I think there's going to be a certain level of restrictions, and you need to have a good, strong investment in open source in addition to proprietary models that are out there. And I think NVIDIA is doing a good job right now with NeMo and the entire, you know, kind of portfolio that they're investing in. And by the way, in the past, like 96 hours, a lot happened in that entire domain. So like new image model came out, new video model came out, new language models came out. I do think that that's going to be a self-propelling thing because there's going to be enough demand signal here. Right now what's happening is the costs of tokens are far higher than the actual value that these tokens are generating at scale. And so what ends up happening, and the big risk in the market is, if you don't create an equilibrium there, then people just pull back on using tokens, and that's actually not good for anyone.
Yeah, so that last part there is absolutely damning. I'm going to play it again here, right?
New image model came out, new video model came out, new language models came out. I do think that that's going to be a self-propelling thing because there's going to be enough demand signal here. Right now what's happening is the costs of tokens are far higher than the actual value that these tokens are generating at scale. And so what ends up happening, and the big risk in the market is, if you don't create an equilibrium there, then people just pull back on using tokens. And
he's out there saying straight up, the value generated by tokens is way less than what it costs us to make those tokens. And tokens are now the currency used in order to query large language models, right? So you get a certain amount of, if you're a company that pays an AI company, you get a certain amount of tokens to then use with these advanced AI models. So what he is saying here is that it costs the AI companies way more than whatever the value being generated by these token uses actually is. Like, It is truly bad. Yeah, no profits to share. Please buy more tokens and save us, you plebs. Exactly, Xendu. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But like, that's why tokens? Because it's the currency of like the, you can think of it as like the company script of the AI business model. And so it's, what they're saying is the AI companies are massively giving away uses of their technology that costs them an exponential amount of money, right? And what they have been doing increasingly is saying, "Oh shit, we've been giving people basically unlimited queries on our system, and every one of those queries runs us up a certain cost." And the reality is, the cost to us is way bigger than what value companies are getting. So effectively, they cannot pass on the full cost of those tokens and the use of their technology to their customers, because otherwise their customers would not use AI. That's what he's saying there. When he says people would pull back on token use, what he means is, if you transferred the cost of what it takes to actually have AI function to end users like you or me or any large company that wants to embed AI into their systems, it like the AI companies are like either, well, basically no company is going to fully integrate with AI if they had to fully shoulder that burden, right? Like, if you had to write a cookbook and it was just for your own personal use, you could maybe forgive a free AI model. This is just an example where you have no compunction about using AI whatsoever. I would never do this. But like, if say you wanted a cookbook, right? And you had just AI generate one. And then you use that yourself, and like maybe you accidentally like poison yourself, or you have like, shitty tasting food, what have you. That's one thing. But in the vision for the future that these people have, you actually, as the end user, pay the AI to generate you this work, this cookbook. And suddenly it's a lot different mentally for end users if you had to pay, $100 to generate this cookbook, and it was full of shitty recipes and poisoned you. Like, you would suddenly be like way less forgiving of the errors in that book because you had to pay $100 for it, when you could have just put in the work yourself to like put together your family's recipes. So like, it's a big problem with AI. Not to get too sidetracked here. I just don't see that there is necessarily a future where by 2030 they are still plowing ahead with this.
The real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion.
I'm still not sold that AI does enough to be worth the hype. It absolutely does not do enough to be worth the hype. All of the venture capital going into AI right now is basically being justified to investors as, you aren't investing in what AI is right now, you're investing in what AI could be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, right? And the thing is, all of those promises that are being sold to investors are bullshit. AI, as it stands with large language models, cannot do the things that they are saying it can do. Not even in its best, most perfect form. So like, it's a massive scam, and the bubble is gonna pop. The question just is, when does it pop? And I think that question is answered by whenever these companies start, out of necessity, needing to pass on costs to their customers in order for their companies to continue to function and to justify the investment capital. And you're already starting to see that happen. And I think we're going to start seeing it happen more and more. And suddenly people are going to be like, well, I fired a third of my workforce and now I have to hire them all back. You're going to start seeing those stories pretty soon.
Funding round.
If these tech folks love these data centers so much, put it in your backyard.
That's right. That's right. Or
put it in your backyard.
Put it away from people's homes.
This is why we're saying we need to slow the roll on this, because they're moving fast. We're just saying
what
pause
engineers
it
would call a
so
solution
that we
looking for a problem.
Even outside of the ethical issue, a lot of AI is what engineers would call a solution looking for a problem. Okay, I was also going to hold on to this because I don't want to get too sidetracked, but this is from a 2026 report on AI engineering. Basically, oh, look at that. Output is up. Impacts of high AI adoption on engineering throughput. Wow, 66.2% more tasks, features shipped. Wow, 33.7% more things being done. Wow. Pull requests. Whoa, PR merge rate per developer, 16.2%. Whoa. That all looks great. Let's scroll down a little bit further. Code churn, plus 861%. Lines deleted to lines added per quarter for merged code. Basically, what this says is that by using AI, sure, you're shipping code faster, you're shipping features faster, but ultimately the amount of bullshit that is being put out by AI is massively, massively accelerated. Which then in turn leads to colossal problems on the customer end. A 242.7% increase in outages or security breaks or failure towards customers. Which means you put all of your customers at risk when you adopt these AI features being shipped out. You put all of your data at risk. You like the vulnerabilities being put out there by AI because people think like, oh well, if I just prompt it to not make mistakes, it won't make mistakes. Fivehead, like this is not a sustainable thing, and this is like the best case scenario for AI use right now.
Models that can't provide the value they claim running on hardware that doesn't exist in data centers that have yet to be built utilizing infrastructure that isn't capable of supporting them.
Yep, absolutely. Exactly, Green. And thank you for the $10 super chat. A commenter 69 says, I'm a software dev. I refuse to use AI to generate code. Listening to ones who do feels like listening to people abusing amphetamines go on and on about how productive they are now. Yeah, and that's the thing. You might be more productive, seemingly, but the second anything goes wrong, you have no idea where it went wrong, what kind of shit this thing output. You don't know how the code could be abused by a malign actor. Like, it is so much bullshit and so much vulnerability being baked into huge things right now. And we'll talk about that in the inevitable AI episode, but like, worth pointing out, this stuff... Sorry. Worth pointing out, this stuff is doomed. Sorry. Let's get back to this.
Can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your...
But far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There's some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met her, I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall...
The extreme liberal views, like, it's okay for men to marry men. It's Adam and Steve, not Adam and Eve. And when I think two men marrying, that's not what God intended. They weren't married. Adam and Steve never got married. They just loved each other.
few very fringe left.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
How are your politics evolving? And
They're evolving.
I'm not
Like, what is that? But, like, evolving how? Please elaborate.
real impressed with the politics on either side.
we first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water, a charge which Meta denies.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipes.
Oh my God.
They should be responsible for that, not us.
Okay, I'm begging, I'm pleading, I'm vomiting, I'm throwing up. I want MAGA voters to understand, when you are voting for deregulation, shit in your drinking water is what you get. Like, there are regulations that prevent your water supply from being contaminated. When you vote in to power people who are going to deregulate systems, what that translates to is shittier buildings that are going to be more prone to collapse. What it translates to is shit in your drinking water, sometimes literal shit in your drinking water. What it translates to is your schools closing down, your local hospitals closing down. What it translates to is you getting shittier care, shittier services, shittier food. Like, it translates to going backwards to a time when we didn't have all these protections that our forefathers fought for. You know, people fought and died to have the regulations we have now. You know, the saying when it comes to OSHA regulations, for example, is that they're written in blood. And that goes for a lot of different regulations in this country. Like, God, I'm pleading with you guys. When you start experiencing this kind of exploitation, regulations are designed to protect you from this level of exploitation.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
I worry about using the water for everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water for cooking anymore. I did for a while, you know. I thought, oh, you know, I've got to use it.
Right.
I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank the water here in
I mean, it should
years.
be, I mean, this is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone.
God, look at that comparison right there. Holy fuck. But like that is what corporate exploitation does to everybody. They don't give a shit that you have to drink the shit water because the people who run the company will never have to put up with that. Ever. Because they have more money than God.
Should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone. Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
This is the sediment that it's picking up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad. You cannot take a shower and wash dishes or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So.
And you used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
I think typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't.
No, not and be able to get the value that we put into our home.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet that's coming.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting Facebook or Amazon or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go sniffing around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it.
It's not, though. Like, that's the thing. It's not. I desperately want to, like, shake these people by the shoulders and be like, what has AI done for you? Like, you, like, retired lady, what is AI doing that is so necessary for your life? How is it making your life better at all right now? Like, it's not. It's not making anybody's life meaningfully better. Like, genuinely, it's not. It's making people dumber. It's making people sadder. It's making people more isolated. It's making people more easy to advertise to, I suppose. But, like, I don't think that's necessarily an upside for us. The upsides in AI are all entirely for corporations. Yeah, mass surveillance. Yeah, exactly.
But the manner in which they're going about it is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
I don't blame Amazon. I don't blame those businesses.
Yeah, you know what, with Otro? Exactly. Clean water is more valuable than AI. 1000%. I think these people would take clean water over any AI technology any day of the week. And I'm pretty sure most human beings would take clean water over AI in basically every aspect. Well, like, but the thing is, Grits, when we talk about large language models and, like, the need for these gigantic corporate data centers, like, you don't need the massive data centers they're building to have niche AI uses, right? You don't need what they are building, the system that they have created that is polluting water on a mass scale and, like, destroying the environment, destroying our society. You don't need any of that for the kind of AI use that is used for, like, specialized research, like in the medical field, for example. You can still have that. There's just nothing that these public-facing large language models do that is useful for the average person at all. Like, also, for those of you who don't know, don't use AI transcribers for when you go to the doctor. Don't do that. There have been numerous cases now of people getting misdiagnosed because AI transcribers transcribed the notes wrong. Like, just say, no, I'd rather you didn't do that when your doctor asks you. I also tell them no.
Our government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me. My commissioner should have been looking after our community. Our governor should be looking after our state, like it goes up. A business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people.
Right.
They don't, and that's a shame, but they're greedy and they don't
That's
care.
the way it is, yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to come hear about it, because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect your power bills and water bills, and keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrison.
See, what's interesting about this is that AOC in this video so far has not really said all that much. And I have a theory as to why that is.
A group of residents successfully...
But I want to finish going through this video first.
...pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data center project.
Now, wait a minute. Where do I know you from?
I'm a congresswoman from New York.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you my girl. You know,
Thank you.
We organized because we know what we want in our community. And they did not anticipate that when they had the Board of Commissioner meeting, that hundreds of us were going to show up. They couldn't deny us. They had to stop and say, wait a minute.
Across the country, more than 50 local data center moratoriums have already been enacted, with dozens more proposed or under consideration across the US. But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
We're in a neighborhood that's in unincorporated Clayton County, but just over the fence line is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where the facility is being built.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Jesus.
So the count.
Like, it's truly apocalyptic. Like, the line of life and liberty over here, and then just, like, absolute devastation.
County has a moratorium.
Yes.
But the city does not?
Correct.
Wow. And so the city, even though the city's inside the county,
Correct.
it's not covered. Hoo-wee.
Yes.
All right. Talk about a loophole.
Yes.
For now, the local fight continues.
The community has said we want walkability in our neighborhoods, we want clean air, we want clean water, but we have to keep fighting. It's like a continual fight. It's like we're surrounded by piranhas, that just keep trying to pick at us, but we just keep fighting.
Oh, wait. Was that Rua Roman? I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That would make sense because she's running in Georgia and we're outside of Atlanta. That would make sense.
Keep fighting.
Cool.
In March 2026, AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation at the federal level called the AI Data Center Moratorium Act. It's both a response to growing opposition to these facilities, but also about the need to establish a nationwide policy about their construction.
Our responsibility is to take care of people, and that is what we're here to do today.
Why are you dressing up, dude, when nobody's watching? Let me just take a quick look at the numbers for how many people are watching at this particular point in time, just because I'm curious. Let's see, we've got... Let's see, 76. Okay, on YouTube alone, we have around 410 people watching right now, and on Twitch, we have another 124. So around 535-ish people are watching right now. So I think dressing up is a bit okay in that regard.
Proposing is a national moratorium.
Yes, and it's it's not the same thing as an outright ban, but it's saying we need to meet some basic protections for people. We need some guarantees on your water, on the air that you breathe. We need to make sure that the jobs that stand to be wiped out, that there's a plan for that, and we're not just leaving people, out to dry. And we need to just have some really basic common sense protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes, and establishing environmental protections, among other things.
Which, by the way, will all incur additional costs on AI companies, right? One of the reasons they're moving fast and breaking things is because they're hoping that they're going to make a breakthrough that achieves profitability first for their particular company when it comes to AI. And it also, by moving fast and breaking things, means that they don't currently have to protect the environment. They aren't currently being charged the full amount for utility hikes in the region. And so they are doing everything they can to try and keep their costs as low as possible while pumping the most money imaginable directly into the industry, right? And so, the reason they move fast and break things is because it's actually cheaper when they do that. Like I said earlier, when not given nice power deals, a lot of data centers pull out, like with my employer not giving good energy prices for new data centers. Yep, 100%. Because what they're looking for, they're like vultures. They're looking for the poorest places that are the most easily exploitable. Like they are deliberately seeking out those places.
The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters to support someone far across the political aisle.
Now, this is what's so interesting to me, right? Like, More Perfect Union kind of closing out this video being like, would these voters support someone far across the political aisle like AOC?
Do you think that people here could get behind someone like AOC and her ideas for AI and data centers?
I think they would get behind anyone who was going to fight for their rights to clean water and to live their life without dealing with this.
Now the tide on this is starting to turn. The politics on this, because everyday people are starting to catch on to what's going on.
She may be on the left, but on the data center issue, seems more centered and genuinely concerned about people. And that's refreshing to hear.
How do you wrap your head around addressing this at the national level?
We need to put people first, and we need those protections to be ironclad and guaranteed before we can have a conversation about what does and doesn't get constructed.
Do you think that this is an issue that could maybe pull our country together?
I don't know if it's going to pull our government all together. It's pulling the people together.
If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it.
Days later, AOC showed Beverly's water samples to an EPA water official testifying before her committee.
I have a jar right here. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met.
There are a lot of people with a lot of money who don't want to see this thing slow down. They're like, the train's moving fast, we can't afford to stop. Doesn't matter, we'll figure it out later.
I've been in a lot of political fights that have seemed insurmountable before that we've won.
1, 2, 3.
No data center.
I just don't believe in impossible. I just think that, if you think something's impossible, it's just that's an imagination problem.
We're going to keep
Okay, now, come on, she's running for president. She's running for president. She's running for president. You're not going into rural Georgia with a progressive running for Senate in tow and talk to rural voters if you're not planning on doing that. And I can understand why some people would watch this and cynically think she's trying to convince these specific Trump voters, and that will just never happen. But my theory going into this video, and I think it's been validated by the end of it, is that what she's doing is a PR tour. This is not for the people in the video, though I'm sure they felt differently about her after meeting her and talking with her about this issue, right? I think what's happening here is that she is setting up a situation where other people see it, whether conservative or Democrat, or especially independent, and they think, here is somebody who is reasonable and who actually gives a shit about rural people, right? And it's on a subject where she doesn't have to make any concessions to a conservative framework. Instead, all she has to do is actually mean that she wants these people to have clean drinking water and not have their air polluted by AI data centers. And so I think that she picked a very safe issue to basically introduce herself to a lot of rural Americans who care about AI data center stuff. Because I'm guessing, going out on a limb, this was posted like a week ago. It has over 1 million views now. And I am curious here. Yeah, like not every More Perfect Union video has over 1 million views, but like this one does. And I would wager a portion of it is related to the fact that, you know, folks in rural communities are sharing videos like this, being like, hey, someone's listening to us. Because I can tell you, like, when you are organizing on the ground, like, people do pay attention to stuff like this. Like, if you are organizing, especially around one issue in particular, you know who in Congress is your friend on that issue. And so I think that she has played her cards very deliberately in order to cultivate enough allies in Congress where if she was elected president, she would be able to get shit done. Right? And like Begrackled, I 100% agree with you. I don't want her running for president yet either. Right?
I don't want that running for president, yet. I want to believe she's building a left caucus in the Senate.
I mean, I think she's doing more than just building a left caucus in the Senate, right? And she's doing more than building a left coalition in the House. Like, I think that there is right now a very unique and limited time opportunity for her to run. An opportunity that isn't going to come again. Like, there is a time right now, a window open right now that isn't going to be open in 2032 or 2036 for someone who is, you know, a socialist endorsed by DSA to actually have a shot at winning the presidency. She's the most popular politician in America. And the only reason I can think of that she has played things so cautiously is because she wants to be the first socialist president of the United States. And I think that she has the ability to do that. And I think she has the intent to fulfill promises. Right? Like I would prefer we live in a world where she runs for Schumer's seat and has more time to cook in Congress. But genuinely, I look at the current field of potential candidates in 2028 and I see no one who is up to the task of hauling the sorry state of our country across the finish line through all of the fucking changes we need to get done in just 4 years. She's the only one who I think actually has the grit and genuine inclination to do it, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at with her, you know? And I think much like a Mamdani situation, if she is able to actually get results, it would do far more than any Senate seat could possibly do to validate the socialist and leftist movement, progressive movement in the United States than basically anything else. You know, I like looking at the field, like the next closest on the left would be like who? JB Pritzker? Maybe? I'm not sure. Like I wish the situation was different, but I don't see anybody else. And that I think like Chris Van Hollen, I don't think is angling to run for president. I think he's angling to run for Senate Majority Leader. If I had to guess. So like I also don't think Ro Khanna has the national profile to be able to run. Like I'm not convinced he's going to in 2028, but we'll see, you know? So like that's kind of where I'm at. Like I think that there has been good politicking here to position herself in a way that is beneficial. And I don't view this as her trying to like, oh, she's going to win over MAGA. I view this more as messaging to folks like us who are the most likely ones to see it, and to independents who are thoroughly frustrated with Trump. And I guess more than anything, if to the extent any of that was intended for MAGA folks in rural areas to see, I would imagine it is there to soften opposition to her rather than eliminate it altogether, Because essentially, I think in 2028, it's going to be really important for MAGA not to see the person coming into power as the absolute devil. And I think that is something that she is pulling off. And it's worth remembering, she's popular even among Republicans. So when you include Republicans, she is the most popular politician in the country right now, on the left or the right. And that's really saying some shit. So I think I think that's kind of where I'm at with what this was meant to do. They don't have to like her, but they just have to be convinced that maybe she's not the devil and is going to be doing her best to get them clean drinking water. I don't think Jon Stewart wants to be vice president. I just don't think he does. And I honestly, yeah, I don't know. I'm not as sold on the Jon Stewart for president idea, I guess. AOC is Tallaricoing. I think that might be a good comparison to make. Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. And if you thought it was interesting, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think about AI data centers or AOC for president, all that stuff. Also, what's not to like about Jon Stewart? He's good to veterans and all that. Jon Stewart, I think, is more centrist on a lot of political issues than a lot of folks might like. I think a lot of people give him a lot more credit on his politics than I personally would like in a position of power. But that's, that's my take. I don't hate Jon Stewart. I think he's a better comedian and a better analyst than he is a politician. How funny would it be if Joe Biden ran again? It's impossible. He'd break his ankles. But all that being said, if you got anything out of this, like, comment, subscribe, and also get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. We need folks doing door knocking. We need folks doing phone banking. We need folks doing text banking. We need people doing research. All right? We need people getting involved because we are right on the edge of going into those midterms. And the primary season it's starting to wrap up in a lot of places. So folks, get involved. Make your local Dems farther left. Make them more progressive. Kick out those centrist, sold out politicians. Get those APAC politicians out of there. All right. You can do that when you get involved on the local level. All right. And also join your local DSA. Make it more effective. Model your local DSA off of the New York City DSA. We can get shit done, but we got to work together and we got to organize. Okay. And if you need help getting started doing that, do reach out. Join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems, and reach out to GamerG for help organizing your local DSA. You guys, they also have years and years of experience organizing within those respective organizations, and they can help give you tips and tricks and advice on how to better organize in your chapter and your area to most effectively pull your org into effective leftist advocacy. All right. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is sexy, comfortable lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof. Jon Stewart as White House press secretary would be great. It would be very funny, I think. I do think that he would absolutely hate that job, though. Republicans are so much worse. That's true. Let's see. Democrats seem like a lost cause at this point. Yeah, but that's why you need to get involved. Like, the party is only as powerful as the people who get involved. And the more of us that get involved, the more we can unfuck it. Or if you would prefer, the more of us that get involved, the more of us can take it over. You know, like pirates boarding a ship. I'm thinking of speaking with someone in the chapter about seeing if I can leverage my writing skills. I don't have much to offer, but I can write my ass off. That's wonderful. Oh no, it's this bish. That is a great way to get involved. Like, it's actually a really important skill to have, to look at your talents and skills and interests and then offer those to your chapter, because chances are your chapter does need someone who has great writing skills. Hey, DJ Gundam, how you doing? Always love a good rise and bounce chatter. You would need organization to change the Dems. No better place to find that organization than at the very, very bottom. That's why we call it grassroots organizing, baby. Let's see here. Love at the top. Thank you, Firecrafted. Whew. How y'all doing? We've been going for about 4 hours now. If you guys have been enjoying the show, getting anything out of it, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We got a little song to let you know what to do. And do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. This show's been made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. Click the button. Oh, hell yeah, DJ Gundam. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Thanks, Wojo Squad. Click the button. What platform do you actually read comments on? All of them! Coder Joe, thank you for gifting with Otro a sub. That's very kind of you. Thank you so goddamn much. Look at us go! Good night, Ransom Ballard. Nice work, Jazz Dog, then. Yeah, Jazz Dog does great work with the musics. The world's jazziest dog, it's true. Scientifically true. Probably. Let's see. Now, we do have 2 more segments left that we have to cover for sure. So we'll see if we can get through it all. Read this, Jack, and tell me your fave cereal. I have a couple favorites. If I'm being healthy, but I still want cereal, I really like, and I know it's not particularly interesting, but I like frosted shredded wheat from like Trader Joe's specifically. And if I'm being like more, I don't know, more what like I super like. I also really like multi-grain Cheerios. Multi-grain Cheerios are so fucking good. And I also really fucking like Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch, baby. It hurts though. It hurts my fully grown adult mouth. I'm pretty sure that's how you absorb most of the sugar from Captain Crunch. It just rips your mouth apart and you absorb it into your bloodstream directly. I guess those are like my top 3. Captain Crunch is hard as nails. You gotta like let it sit for like a minute before you start eating. They sucker you in with the PB one. They really do. They really, really do. Have you ever snorted Captain Crunch? No. No, I have not. Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Cinnamon Toast Crunch is alright. Not my favorite, though. I did go through a phase where I really liked it, but... I haven't been eating breakfast lately because I've been on this like potato starch thing because apparently potato starch is a type 2 resistant starch, and like I've been trying that out to see if like I can shift around my gut biome. And I know that sounds like woo woo bullshit, but it's been working out for me. But it also means that I've basically just been eating potato starch with like a protein powder in it for breakfast, and it's not delicious. You need to eat something for breakfast. The potato starch is very filling. It's basically like eating a giant fucking handful of fiber. That sounds horrific. Well, actually, the potato starch thickens up the protein powder in the water, so it actually makes the protein beverage better. But, yeah. Girl, treat yourself well. It's good for me. I've been trying it. Poop so good now? That's the thing. I need to get better poops. I need to get better poops, and I need to get like just like a better degree of like gut flexibility when it comes to like the biome. I just take fiber supplements. I've been trying to do better about like incorporating fiber into my diet. Jack over here trying to outlive climate change. I'm just trying to like maximize my body's metabolism, frankly, because like I have not been good at doing that.
Make my cursed morning protein drink. Mix full pulp OJ and pasteurized liquid whites. Then drink.
I couldn't do that. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Gut biome is highly dependent on fiber. Yes, which is why a type 2 resistant starch acts like fiber, because it's not digestible by your digestive system, but it is digestible by the gut bacteria, which then produces a lot of like things that your body needs as well. So basically, I'm on like this 8-week experiment to see if I can just like reset my gut biome a little bit by eating type 2 resistant starch. There's a lot of good science exploring the gut biome these past 10 years. Yeah, which is why like I fell down a rabbit hole with type 2 resistant starch, which you can get either from green bananas, like very green bananas, but you have to eat an absurd amount of them, or you can get it from like a certain type of cornstarch, or you can get it from unmodified potato starch. And I was like, I can do that. I'm a child about food, but I can eat. I can mix that up and drink it. There are a lot of, and yeah, so Uncle Simric, the theory is basically there's a certain type of bacteria that lives in your gut that does a lot of shit with type 2 resistant starch, and you just need to fucking feed it for like 8 weeks, and then like you should have like a better balanced like gut system that does more shit that helps activate your metabolism, to really simplify it. But it doesn't work with other types of fiber because it mainly eats the type 2 resistant starch. So I still eat my other fiber as well, just as an FYI. I still eat my beans, still eat my high fiber tortillas. Gotta eat my lentils. But like, yeah. Know someone who's working on a PhD project about gut biome? Yeah. It's like a real thing. My goal is to not need like some kind of like transfer like people do with their gut biomes. I don't want that. You know what contains starch? Pasta. The key though for potato starch to work as a type 2 resistant starch is you have to eat it uncooked. That's why I drink it in the protein powder, right? If you cook it, it breaks down the type 2 resistant starch that you need, and then it's worthless. I have no clue about any of this. It's fine. I went and read like a bunch of research papers. That's why I started doing this. Destroying the autism/gut issue correlation. I know, I'm talking about this too much. Little microbes living inside us rent-free. It's true. You gotta treat those little guys right. Jack, Indian food is actually really good for your gut. Oh fuck. Yeah, the turmeric and like the cinnamon. Fuck yeah. Report your findings. I'll be here to listen. Okay, my findings so far. I've been doing this for like 2-ish weeks. Wait, how long? Let's see. 1, 2. Okay, we're almost on week 3. We're on week 3. We've almost finished week 3. And my report is that for the first 2 weeks, I farted a fuck ton from the potato starch. But that has stopped mostly now. And my guess is that because what happens with type 2 resistant starch in your gut is that the microbes ferment it. And so it creates a lot of gas. So you fart a lot. But as your body gets used to it and as you build that microbiome, like you get less gassy. Like eating kimchi. Kimchi's really good in a very similar way to what I'm talking about. The primary starch in Japan is going to be rice. The thing is, you can't cook the type 2 resistant starch. If you cook it, it's pointless. But my poops have been a lot better. So effectively, type 2 resistant starch, when you do eat it, acts as additional fiber in your system. Any idea what's up with the memes of Nancy Mace and beans? It's because she ordered like a fuck ton of beans at a restaurant. And Kyle Kalinske told her on Twitter that's a lot of beans, you nasty bitch, or something like that. It was very funny. Type 2 starch gonna give me type 2 diabetes. It actually does the opposite. It actually like helps regulate your insulin. It does the opposite. Part of the reason I went down this rabbit hole in the first place is because my mom is struggling with diabetes, and I would really rather not also get diabetes someday. So like additional ways to regulate my like natural flow of like blood sugar and insulin is great, and also getting more fiber in my body. So like I do not want to lose my feet when I'm older. I would really rather keep them. Yep, I started eating beans way more often. I don't even have the farts, even the cheesy ass bean burritos. Fuck yeah. Beans are so fucking good. My husband went into the hospital for type 2 and it cost us 10 grand for a 5-day stay. It fucked us. Jesus. Coward, lose your feet like the rest of us. My mom already lost hers. It really sucked. Like the thing is, you gotta eat good beans. You gotta learn to season your food. If you don't know how to season your food, eating beans is gonna suck. If you do know how to season your food, eating beans is like the best. Diabetes runs in my maternal family. What should I change? Like, eat more fiber. Like, legitimately eat more fiber. Eat more, because fiber helps to like regulate insulin and blood sugar. Honestly, part of the reason I'm doing like the potato starch thing is because it helps regulate my blood sugar and insulin too. And the more regulated it is, the less damage your internal system is taking from like your kidneys having to like regulate your blood sugar. So probably also like stop drinking soda, find a different beverage that you want to drink that isn't going to spike your blood sugar. Honestly, once you do that, you're probably going to be good. And like exercising, moving your body around, going on walks, it'll help. And like, you don't have to like give everything up. It's just building better habits for yourself. Yeah. I don't know. Also, like, just valuing yourself and like putting effort into yourself and like caring about your well-being, like, does an awful lot to rewire your brain to care about yourself, your needs, and also to like yourself more. You know? I recommend if you want to switch off soda, something like Olipop, which uses a healthier ingredients and a high in fiber. True. Olipop's great. I really like these because they're still relatively sweet. Lemonade-based drinks, but like low-calorie lemonade-based drinks can do that. This is just lemonade and is it green tea, black tea? Forget. Black tea. And it's really delicious, which is why I'm always drinking them. Those are my favorite Monster. I like the peach tea ones too. Keep fighting the fight. You're a true hero. Thanks, James Cox. Does your blood sugar spiking feel like anything? Because I don't even understand when that's happening for me, if it is. I haven't ever sat and been like, ah, yes, I feel my blood sugar spiking.
While normally I would advise avoiding high fructose corn syrup for diabetes prevention, as a grocery retail worker, the only thing I haven't seen it in is actual corn.
True, Red Rudy, and thank you for the $10 super chat. I mean, I guess like what would high blood sugar look like? If I had to guess, it would be like a what people call like a sugar high or a sugar rush. Like think like when children eat like a bunch of candy and then just like go bonkers. It's kind of like that, but like in an adult body too. Yeah, the human zoomies. You gonna tell me how to do that? I always feel like the love yourself thing is BS. I don't even like myself, let alone love myself, and I'm convinced most people who claim to love themselves or practice self-love are lying. I struggled with that for a really long time. And part of it is being you have to make conscious decisions to get out of your unconscious habits. Does that make sense? So like one of the things is that you have to consciously like you have to look at yourself. What don't you like about yourself? And then change what you don't like about yourself. You know, you have to then take proactive action to change. And that can be hard. And it can also feel like faking it, right? But I can tell you this from experience. And it sounds bullshit, but genuinely, the more you act like you have value to yourself and in front of other people, the more you come to value yourself. It's one of those things where it sounds like bullshit, but by doing the action and by saying the words and by performing, you're rewiring your brain to make those beliefs more real, easier for you to do. And the goal is to make that easier than wallowing in like self-pity or despair or sadness, you know? And that can be really, really hard. I say as somebody who wallowed in despair and sadness for a long time. There's actually like interesting data on this, by the way. There are studies out there that show when you believe that you are going to do better at something, people actually do better at stuff, right? And that's true whether someone has a foundation for that belief or not. Like you can, whether it is a founded belief or a delusional belief, believing that you will do better at something does in fact make you do better at that thing. And what's really interesting is that this extends to subconscious or unconscious processes, right? So they've done studies where they give people like, here is a milkshake, and they give both groups of people the same milkshake, but they tell one group, this is a low calorie milkshake, it's healthy for you, you know, and blah 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 blah. And then they tell the other group, this is a high calorie milkshake, it's, you know, it's very unhealthy, eat it. And both groups eat it, but the group that's told it's like a low calorie health shake, because they believe that, then their bodies act like it's a low calorie thing, right? Like their metabolism actually metabolizes it more like it is a low calorie food. So like the belief system operates on like throughout the body in a myriad of different ways that like we're only still struggling to understand. But that I give this example, and of course the group with the high calorie also processes it differently. You know, both groups got hungry at different times because of the different belief around what they had eaten. And so, like, what's interesting about that is that can extend to a lot of other things beyond that, right? Because, like, you don't have a conscious control over your metabolism the same way you don't have a conscious control over a lot of different things in your life, but you can, like, set your belief. Even if you are kind of like, this is bullshit, I don't actually believe it, you can still do things to, like, reinforce, like, you know what, I'm going to believe that I am cool and awesome and interesting, even if I'm not, even if I don't necessarily fully believe that. Getting yourself into that mindset over and over and over again does make it easier, and it makes the rest of you consciously and unconsciously also behave like you are worth it. I don't know. And I know that that sounds kind of woo-woo, but, like, genuinely, the fake it till you make it is kind of the case, right? Like, people who act like they have it together sometimes wind up actually having it a little bit more together. So, I don't know. I got lucky and had someone show me I was worth their attention and affection. If you're a good person and meet more good people, you'll make good connections along the way. That's also true, right? Like, I was lucky enough that I met my current partner after I had already decided that, you know what? I am going to treat myself like, as a solo individual, I'm worth it, you know? I am worth, I'm worth existing just on my own merits, not just as, like, an accessory to someone else. And, like, I think that was a really useful realization for me, and I think it helped me to actually have a better relationship as a result, right? Instead of someone who always needed support, I was someone who could also give support. I will also say, if you don't like yourself, try expressing yourself differently, be it gender or whatever, challenge the norms you've been taught. Yeah, I'm sure most of you know of characters that you find aspirational or interesting or cool. Like, genuinely emulate that. Start acting like those characters. Nothing wrong with that. All right. And, like, also, huge point of advice, tell your inner, like, monologue, if you have one, to shut the fuck up. When it starts being mean to you, respond to it by saying, shut the fuck up. Because that internal, like, spiral that is always down on you, like, it will continue to do that forever if you let it. It will consume you. And you need to break that spiral. You need to break that mental spiral in order to, like, be free. It's not trying to be negative. It's factual. Nah, it's lying to you. That is, like, when your brain cuts in and starts telling you you ain't shit and you're actually, like, not worthy of love or life or whatever. It's lying to you. It's lying to you, and you need to tell it to fuck off. Right? The excuse that, oh no, it's just being accurate, it's never being accurate. You're not built different. It's also lying to you. It was lying to me. It lies to anyone that listens to that negativity spiral. And the only way to get out of that is to tell it to fuck off. And sometimes you might need to do something like take a walk or do something that gets you out of like that spiral by activating your parasympathetic nervous system. But like when you force yourself to think positive thoughts about yourself, thinking positive thoughts about yourself gets easier over time. Your brain is a muscle, and the negativity is just the muscle that's been flexed the most. It's doing what's been easy for it to do. So you got to work out the other parts of your brain that instead are going to tell you that actually you're pretty fucking amazing. It is a big hurdle. I'm not trying to say it's easy, but like that is what you got to do. You know? You got to go beyond plus ultra. And it can sometimes take a long time. Believe in yourself like 5-year-old you would believe in your current self. No matter what you're doing right now, 5-year-old you would think you're cool as hell. True. True. The brain is not a muscle, but it works as an analogy. I mean, it's kind of a muscle. It's not like a muscle, but like in the same way like your other organs are kind of muscles. All right. It is if you believe it is. Hey, there we go. All right. This has been Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack therapy hour. You guys got it. Don't believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in you. True! Your drill will be the one that pierces the heavens. That's part of self-respect, not letting yourself constantly dump on yourself. True! Very important part. Brain cells are distinct from muscle cells. That's true. Riverboat Jack's TED Talk. I legally can't call it that. We'll have to call it Riverboat Jack's Jeb Talk. It's Riverboat Jack JEB exclamation point talk. Jeb Talk, please clap. There you go. All right, you guys ready for our next segment? I have to Sorry, I just saw the name of of someone who hit the follow button on Twitch. You guys ready? All right, let's do this before I get too sleepy. So, folks, we got to talk about the crisis that is looming over the White House. And it all stems from this particular piece in the New York Times. Inside the White House freak out over the Epstein files. And I find this absolutely fascinating, right? Because, well, if Donald Trump hasn't done anything wrong, if Donald Trump isn't heavily implicated by the Epstein files, why were they freaking out over the Epstein files? Now, an important thing to note about this particular story It's by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, right? And this is from their upcoming book called Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. And this piece is, obvious. It's an excerpt, and it goes over like a lot of different events that took place, right? But right here, the opening part of this, on July 17th, 2025, at around 6 o'clock in the evening, President Trump's top officials filed into the White House Situation Room, the secure bunker where classified and high-stakes national security matters are discussed and decided. This was where President Barack Obama, along with Vice President Joe Biden, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and the president's national security team watched the raid that ended with the death of Osama bin Laden in 2011. Now, however, Trump's most senior advisors had gathered without him to figure out how to gain some measure of control over a very different kind of crisis threatening to engulf the presidency: the Epstein files. Now, what is fascinating about this particular story, right, is that, well, there are a lot of really interesting details in this about the different members of the administration trying to run cover for Donald Trump, being associated with Jeffrey Epstein and being in the files so often. And like JD Vance in particular really took really took it up a notch, right? He was the one leading this. Vice President JD Vance took a seat at the head of the table in the John F. Kennedy conference room in the Situation Room complex. "This is a huge problem," he told the group. Arrayed around him were White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, the White House Counsel David Warrington, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budowich, and the Communications Director Stephen Chung, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, the Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward Jr., and the Deputy Chief of Staff James Blair, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and the FBI Director Kash Patel joined on speakerphone. The vice president appeared panicked to others in the room about the way the subject of Epstein was already dividing the MAGA coalition. And I want you all to note here, "this is a huge problem" is in quotes. Now, what is interesting about this particular story is that there are a number of these quotes throughout this entire story about this Situation Room meeting. And here's the thing. There were too many quotes. And now, the Trump administration is absolutely terrified about this upcoming book. Specifically, here's from Axios as of 2 days ago. Trump aides fear Haberman and Swan obtain Situation Room tapes for regime change. And what that means is there are apparently people in the Trump administration who believe that somehow Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan obtained recordings from the Situation Room, a room that is supposed to be one of the most secure places for information on Earth. And the question is, how the fuck did that happen? How the fuck did someone get recordings from the inside of the Situation Room with the president's cabinet? And they think that there are recordings because the quotes are too accurate, right? Such a taped leak would be a shocking breach of one of the most secure settings on Earth. Independent recording devices in the Situation Room are forbidden. We're afraid some of our most sensitive conversations were being recorded, an administration source told us, and we have no idea which ones. Verbatim of accounts of several Situation Room meetings were included in excerpts about the Iran war and the Epstein files that the Times posted ahead of the book's June 23rd publication. The authors conducted more than 1,000 interviews for Regime Change, which covers Trump's second term. Tellingly, White House officials haven't disputed verbatim dialogue from top secret Situation Room talks, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying about Bibi's regime change scenarios for Iran. In other words, it's bullshit. So, basically, the question is, what all did they get? What all, like, if they're, just pretend it's wrong. If they have recordings, they can't pretend that it's wrong. And if they have recordings, how the fuck did they get them? Because someone was wearing a wire, and whoever that person is deeply fucked if they get discovered. So, like, especially if they have recordings of JD Vance running defense for someone he believes is an Epstein-associated child molester, that that is some, I can't even calculate the amount of potential damage such recordings could do, right? I can't even begin. Could it be a mole, hacked devices, unsecured skiff? My guess is that it's not a mole, hacked devices, or an unsecured skiff, because Maggie Haberman has a long-running career breaking stories like this. My guess is someone in that room independently recorded what was happening. You know, maybe Pete Hegseth had, no, guys, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan do not have the capabilities to bug the Situation Room of the White House. It's not bugged. Someone had a device on their person, maybe like a fucking fountain pen with a recording element to it, or like their phone on them, or something like that. I would say somebody had a device on them capable of recording. Some Spy Kids shit? Yeah, probably. Yeah. But, like, my guess is that Maggie Haberman, someone with a very, like, long journalistic career and, like, solid ethical grounding, as far as I can tell, isn't planting devices in the Situation Room. This is done already. This is done by somebody who obsessively records this shit. And my guess would be like a Pete Hegseth or a Pam Bondi, or like somebody who needs to cover their ass desperately. So all of this is very interesting. Haberman and Swan are not commenting, not talking about this story, not talking about how they got this information at all. And if they do have recordings, the potential damage that could be done, I'm very, very interested to see what happens when this book gets published. I would like to get my hands on a copy and see what they've gotten there, right? It has profound implications for Donald Trump, profound implications for the Epstein files and Trump's own implication within the Epstein files. And also, if there are recordings, they have no idea of what, right? So it could be of anything that was talked about in there. It could be things we aren't even aware of yet. So I find this deeply, deeply interesting, and really want to, I can't wait until June 23rd to see what exactly what exactly is happening. But I do want to point out something else that's tangentially related. And that is that there is a Peter Thiel backed secretive organization that opened up in DC in 2025. And that group is called Dialogue. And you be forgiven for not knowing what it is, because most people don't know what it is. And it is an invite-only, highly secretive group of people that Peter Thiel invites in, and then they have secret meetings on a wide variety of different things, right? Basically, it is a group where folks on Peter Thiel can invite people in and have private sit-down chats with a wide variety of powerful people, individuals both within our government as well as in business, right? And I would consider it to be deeply, deeply shady as hell. And, you know, again, there's not really that much known about it. Like, what do they talk about? I don't know. What is happening in there? Nobody really knows. But they specifically aimed to build in Washington, D.C. in order to expand their influence within D.C. and, you know, beyond, as it were. As you might expect, there's not a whole lot of information available about Dialogue or what it's about. Online descriptions make it sound like a pared down, less transparent, intellectual, dark web tinged version of Davos, where well-connected folks sit around and discuss naughty ideas that the American peasantry just wouldn't get. Axios writes that a source invited to participate in the event described it as, quote, offering global elites the chance to talk candidly across ideological lines away from their phones and the pressures of social media, the news media, and their stakeholders. Simone Collins, one half of the notorious pro-natalist couple that made an unfortunate media glow-up a while back, previously worked as the managing director of the group. Now, many of you might be tingling at the Simone Collins. That's the pro-natalist duo that I've covered on this channel in the past, who are, frankly, absolutely psychotic. Deeply, deeply anti-LGBTQ. They're awful. Also, they look like they're related. It's deeply weird. And yeah, they're associated with this project, right? And again, like, not a whole lot is known, but we do know some of the participants, right? Some of the participants have been talked about in the past, right? Reported members of Dialogue include Rima Al Saud, member of the Al Saud family, or the House of Al Saud, Scott Bessant, the current Treasury Secretary, Cory Booker, very interestingly, Sophia Bush, actress from One Tree Hill, Ted Cruz, Tulsi Gabbard, Lori Gottlieb, Richard Haas, Jonathan Haidt, the anti-smartphone guy, Aaron Hoffman, Reid Hoffman, Robert Hur, Kaja Kallas, Gary Kasparov, Henry Kravis, Jared Kushner, interestingly, Wes Moore, Elon Musk, Grover Nordquist, Chamath Palihapitiya, Jared Polis. Oh, isn't that so interesting? Jared Polis is in there, everybody. Huh. Eric Schmidt, Anne-Marie Slaughter, Larry Summers, Peter Thiel, and Rick Warren. Now, these have all been folks who have been referenced in the past. But did you hear Kasparov? You did indeed. But you may have also heard the name Larry Summers in there. And Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Now, worth noting here, those are three men with ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And they're doing kind of a thing that Jeffrey Epstein did with Dialogue, where they're bringing in a bunch of folks who are highly influential to try and, figure out what makes them tick, how they can be bought, right? Now, this is, of course, information that is largely only available via the Axios reporting, because a representative from Axios was invited to go to one of these meetings to see what was happening. But very interestingly, earlier today, a number of journalists were able to figure out that despite the fact that there is a extremely bare bones website for this, dialogue.org. Let me pull that up here. You go to the website. This is all that is here. Leaders join Dialogue to discuss topics off the record. Nominations at dialogue.org. And that's really all there is for this website. That's all it does. But a bunch of journalistically minded folks managed to figure out by accessing dev tools online a list of 113 members of Dialogue. And it's an interesting list, to say the least. Let me pull it up here. So here's who we got. Imad Akhund, founder and CEO of Mercury. Turki Al Faisal Al Saud, another member of the Al Saud family. A former minister of intelligence from Saudi Arabia. You've got the ambassador of Saudi Arabia to the US, again, Rima Al Saud. Then you've got John Arnold, co-chair of Arnold Ventures. Susan Athey, from Stanford School of Business, and also, interestingly, former chief economist of and part of the antitrust division of the U.S. Department of Justice. Then you have a physician named Peter Attia. Now, also worth noting, that's Peter Attia was Epstein's doctor. They were talking all about all kinds of weird shit in the emails in the Epstein files. And I would be very curious to know, to have somebody cross-reference who in Dialogue is implicated in the Epstein files. Because I'm genuinely curious. Because Peter Thiel is directly mentioned in footage by Jeffrey Epstein. He was routing people towards Peter Thiel. Elon Musk is in the Epstein files, like, clearly yearning to party with Epstein. And, like, it's very interesting to see a bunch of folks in the same Epstein circle hanging out in Dialogue. Right? Again, you've got Scott Belsky, partner at A24 Films, Nicholas Berggren, founder and president of Berggren Holdings. Again, venture capitalist guys, right and left. You got Elizabeth Blackburn, former president of the Salk Institute for Biomedical Studies. Preet Bharara, former U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. You've got Sarah Bond, president of Xbox, Microsoft. Cory Booker again. Rachel Brand, chief legal officer and corporate secretary for Walmart. You've got Scooter Braun. Got Pete Brigger, Greg Brockman, Manuel Bronstein, chief product officer of Roblox. Interestingly enough. Again, Greg Brockman, by the way, co-founder and president for OpenAI. You got Peter Brown. There's a whole lot of these guys here. And I am just genuinely deeply interested how many of these people turn up in the Epstein files. Like, why do you got the former governor of the state of Indiana here? Dan Driscoll, secretary in the U.S. Army. Why? Like, what the hell is going on here? I just do not trust this organization. I do not trust these people, and I have a very sneaking suspicion that they're getting a lot of the old gang back together. I'm sure they've added some new faces to dialogue, but I feel like they're getting the gang back together here. You know? Yeah, you got Sam Harris, Jim Himes, congressman for Connecticut. Got a lot of interesting folks here. Rob Herr. I don't know. And it keeps on going, of course. Like there's another page or two. Gary Kasparov. Ezra Klein's on this list. A lot of folks from OpenAI. Oh, hey, Leonard Leo from the Federalist Society is here. All I'm saying is, oh, Neil Mohan, the CEO of YouTube. I'm not alleging Grover. Oh, hey, Grover Nordquist is here. Cool. It, like, he's basically the guy who made the entire Republican Party coalesce around never ever raising taxes. Oh, Benj Pasek, songwriter and producer for La La Land, The Greatest Showman, and Dear Evan Hansen. There's just I just have a sneaking suspicion that there are a lot of interesting implications for the people who are on this list. Oh, and in case you guys were wondering about that Moonshots, I think Dave Rubin was referencing Moonshots, or someone on the Patrick Bet-David show was referencing the show Moonshots. Oh, yeah, Astra Teller, the captain of Moonshots, is also on this list. Yeah, Nick Thompson, CEO of The Atlantic. I don't know. Like, I'm not alleging anything illegal is being done by these folks. But I am thinking that I do not trust a lot of this shit. Yeah, Steven Pinker is on here. A lot of folks. And all of this to say, I do think that the Trump White House being deeply, deeply afraid of being associated with the Epstein files, there being a secretive organization in DC around, created seemingly around a number of the main people who are implicated in the Epstein files or talked about in the Epstein files. Just find it deeply weird, and I feel like it's something more people should know about. And I think it's a big deal that we got a really sizable chunk of insight into who actually is being involved in this group. Because I think it's important for us to keep tabs on these powerful people who are seeking to shape our world. We cannot act as if Peter Thiel, as a would-be oligarch, is doing this all just out of the goodness of his heart. So, all of this being said, White House is in a panic over Epstein. Dialogue just got cracked, and now we know a whole slew of the people who are involved in that. And I just think that something feels like it's gonna give. Something feels like it's gonna get released. And I wish I had more to go on here. I wish I had more to give for you guys on this story. But really, I just find all of this deeply weird and deeply troubling. And I hope we wind up getting to the bottom of it, and I hope the Epstein files finally get released, because the longer that goes on, the more certain it is that they're hiding shit. So, anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about these lists. I'll link the original folks who uncovered this in the chats and in the description. So go check that out if you want to see the full list. If any of you have the time to like cross-check with what is publicly released from the Epstein files, feel free to do so. Let me know what you find. All that being said, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, kick out corporate Democrats, empower progressives and leftists in the party, and also make your DSA more effective. We can help you do that. Join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And if you want to get involved with Progressive Victory, there's a link down in the description for you to be able to get plugged into any number of leftist campaigns across the country to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, research, etc. You can really help out a lot of campaigns that are needing the manpower the closer we get to the midterms. So go check that out as well. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. There we go. So, yeah. How long can the Epstein files be kept under wraps? Probably until the next administration. All right, how we doing, folks? If you guys have been enjoying the show, please hit that like button and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And remember, click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click All right. And we are currently at 364 subs. Folks, we are getting closer and closer to that 500 number. And after that, after we punch through that, we'll be getting closer and closer to our What If Alt Hist deep dive. It'll be a time and a half. Whew. What are y'all's views then? I'm a socialist, baby. All right. Nocturnal 8999. Thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. Socialist, like National Socialism? Nah. Like just socialist. Like I want workers to be able to like own their workplaces and have agency. Beep, beep, beep. One more for the road. We gotta do one more for the road. We gotta do it. We got too much shit going on. All right. Gotta do it. Oh, God. Okay. You know what? Maybe I can do it, but I have to drop the end part of it, which was going to involve Steven Crowder. I'll just talk about this myself. I can't handle Steven Crowder at 3 a.m. I just can't. It's awful. Do 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 do. No foreign lobbying, buying out of politicians, or focused on cleaning up the streets, help veterans, support small business, regulate border. I want an America with no lobbying whatsoever. I fucking hate lobbying. I fucking hate money in politics. You're sounding a bit tired. I am tired. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been doing a show live for 5+ hours. All right. Money should not be speech, but money does buy my speech. So do consider dropping those subs and donos. Let's go. All right. Let's see here. Oh my, I had no idea. Look, when I do my shows, like I slip into like a time vortex where I do not feel like time has passed significantly, but very clearly time has passed because suddenly it's 3 o'clock in the morning. How the fuck do you have the energy? I drank an energy drink, and then I just talked about things that I care about passionately, and this is what happens. It's the ADHD. I mean, I probably have that too, frankly. Oh, sick. Cool. Yeah, Hawaii's governor signed their bill into law. I'd been waiting for a news piece on that, and it just never came across my desk. Apparently happened back on May 15th. Good job, Hawaii. Kicking money out of politics. Let's go. You're a private streamer, streamer for money. All right. Let's make this happen. So, folks, we got to talk about, apparently, the Iran war is done? Question mark? Sort of. Maybe. Kind of? Maybe. Let's talk about it. Here is, Donald Trump didn't really care enough about this to put out anything official, but luckily JD Vance cared about it and is trying to maybe make himself the face of what this administration deems a success, right? And let's talk about it.
Vice President Vance here to talk a little bit about what is in the Iran deal, the great peace deal that the President of the United States made last night. Number one, what this deal means is that the Straits of Hormuz are open immediately. You're already seeing oil and gas prices come down just over the past 24 hours. Number two, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And we have to back up for a second and appreciate that what the president has done is completely decimated Iran's nuclear program. Now, this deal really has two pathways. On the one hand, if the Iranians make the long-term commitments never to rebuild, then they're going to be welcomed into the world economy. If, on the other hand, they try to rebuild that nuclear program, they're never going to have the resources in order to do so. So it's a win-win for the American people. We ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon either way. And now it's really up to the Iranians. Over the next few months, we're going to see if they're serious about dismantling that program for the long term. If they do, the president has said, we want their country to be successful. But what we know is that our country is successful thanks to great presidential leadership and a lot of good decisions. Thank you, guys.
Wow, what an inspiring press release from the vice president. Now, what is actually in the deal so far that we know about? Because the Trump administration hasn't been great about releasing any of these details. From what we all need to understand is the Memorandum of Understanding. Now, I want to be clear, a Memorandum of Understanding is not the same as a peace deal. It's not the same as anything like that. It's just like a mutual understanding, you know? I just have one quick question. What nuclear program? But let's take a look at what's in the memorandum. Okay? Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said both sides had declared an immediate and permanent end of all military operations. All sides have said the Memorandum of Understanding on the end of the war will be signed in Switzerland on Friday. Now, it has apparently been signed electronically, but it remains to be seen whether either side will fully recognize this deal until it's signed on Friday. And I want to be very clear, a lot of things can happen between now and Friday. Like a lot of different things. And we'll get to what those things might be. But I would not be getting super celebratory just yet. I know some people are like, wow, it's over now. I'm not going to believe it until I actually see it happen. But we'll continue to talk about it here. All right. Iran and the U.S. have both said that the Strait of Hormuz would start to reopen and the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports start to lift as soon as the memorandum is signed. This has apparently already begun to happen. At the very least, shipping vessels have been allowed through the strait in both directions. But again, that could be reversed relatively easily. Okay? Both sides have said negotiations on more difficult, further areas of dispute, notably Iran's nuclear issue and U.S. sanctions on Iran, will be conducted over the following 60 days. Which is, again, what makes what J.D. Vance said a lie. The idea that this makes it impossible for Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon, that hasn't been negotiated yet. At all. Like, they're giving themselves 2 months to continue negotiating on nuclear deals. as well as the lifting of U.S. sanctions on Iran. So, and it's important to note that the lifting of U.S. sanctions on Iran are just kind of held as like a different thing from any kind of reparations or anything else like that, which we'll get to here. Okay? Now, we've gotten conflicting reports. The idea that the Strait of Hormuz is now open has been propagated by a lot of conservative media. It seems like it's opening, rather, would be the operative word, though the Iranians insist that it's not going to be open until Friday after the physical signing. We'll see how that goes. And then we also have to deal with the reality that while there appears to be at the moment no tolls being charged on the vessels going through at the moment, Iran and Oman both seem to be in agreement that some kind of oversight of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz will be going forward. And what exactly that might look like is unclear, but there is some kind of speculation that Iran and Oman are going to work together to charge some kind of toll or service fee to any vessels traversing the Strait of Hormuz. And, like, this would be a definitive loss for the United States as well as harm global trade, but it would be a loss that I think a lot of countries would put up with in order to resume some kind of status quo of normal. However, this does also tip off the Yemenis and the Houthis in Yemen, rather, that they might be able to pull a similar thing with the Bab al-Mandeb Strait that's near them. And they could begin charging tolls as well, or service fees, whatever form this takes, could be simply replicated by the Houthis. And this, again, might start some kind of race to see who can control which waterways. The potential for bad things happening here is quite great. We'll see, right? At the very least, JD Vance has said, well, they're not going to start charging tolls until we've negotiated that, which kind of leaves the question of, like, well, that seems like something that should have been negotiated already, but I'm waiting for there to be a lot of definitive L's for the Trump administration with this deal. Already it's pretty full of L's, but we'll see. Now, as far as their nuclear program goes, both sides have apparently agreed that Iran will not produce or acquire nuclear weapons, but this is also something that Iran has been saying the entire time. And they have also said they're not going to work on any nuclear program until any deal is signed, which they weren't doing anyway because they don't have access to their enriched uranium. And Trump is also saying that, oh, well, we don't have to retrieve the uranium that's buried right now anyway. The United States will go in and get it when everything is calmed down. Like, this seems really wibbly wobbly to me, if I'm being completely honest, looking at the terms. We also have to take a look at the fact that any kind of finalized deal here would need to be approved by Congress, and I'm not entirely sure that there's enough support among Democrats and Republicans in order to do that. I think if we were in a sane time, people would. well, we're living in insane times, and there are very hawkish elements of the Republican Party that want to continue bombing Iran. Now, I think the real sticking point here is going to be Lebanon, right? Now, the agreement per Reuters here, Sharif said the immediate and permanent end of all military operations would include Lebanon. The Secretariat of Iran's Supreme National Security Council said military operations would stop permanently on Monday night, including in Lebanon. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said there must be a complete halt to Israeli attacks against Lebanon, and the U.S. bears responsibility for implementing the framework deal. And then Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz said the Israeli military would remain in security zones it has captured in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza, and the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had made this clear to Trump. Before the memorandum was announced, Trump said he would bring peace to the region, including Lebanon. He said there would be no more Israeli attacks on Lebanon and no more attacks by the Iran-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah on Israel. And to be very, very clear, Israel remaining in their security zones in Lebanon is not acceptable to the Iranians, as well as the fact that it's not acceptable to Hezbollah, and it's not acceptable to Israel. And Israel has continued to bomb Lebanon throughout today, and Hezbollah has responded in kind. And basically, all of the communication coming out of the Israeli side is, well, that Israel is not going to adhere to this. Israel is not bound by the U.S.-Iran agreement and will continue attacking regional countries, says Gila Gamliel, a member of Israel's political security cabinet and science minister. Quote, "We are not a party to the agreement, and from our perspective, we will continue until we achieve the goal of disarming Hezbollah," she told Israel's Channel 7 on Monday evening. Her comments underline Israel's refusal to accept limits on its military action despite the emerging regional ceasefire framework. Gamliel also said that Israel intends to continue occupying parts of Lebanon and will not allow residents to return to areas under Israeli control. Realistically, we are deeply entrenched inside Lebanon, and we do not intend to withdraw from the areas we have controlled up to the Litani River and Beaufort Castle, where the Israeli army enjoys complete freedom of movement. We will not allow the population to return until Hezbollah is disarmed, because that is what protects our northern residents. She also said Trump was stalling to buy time, pointing to the World Cup, his birthday celebrations, Independence Day, and midterm elections. Like, basically, a huge flaw in this entire peace plan is that Israel necessarily has to cooperate, and if they don't, this peace deal isn't going to last very long. The ceasefire is not going to last very long, and unless we see Donald Trump begin meaningfully threatening like economic support and political support and military support to Israel, they are going to keep doing what they do, right? And I just, like, this is all going very poorly, I would say. The idea that Iran is just going to accept a permanent occupation by Israeli forces within Lebanon and say, well, that's not a violation of the ceasefire. I very, very, very much doubt that. Okay? And I will also say that there is a talk of around a $300 billion reconstruction fund being made available to Iran. And I want to remind folks, this is what Donald Trump was saying about the JCPOA and how Donald Trump gave like $1.7 billion in green cash loaded into a Boeing 757 and flown to Iran for Iranian leadership to spend any way they saw fit. He emptied out all of the cash from banks in DC, Virginia, and Maryland. Those bankers said they'd never seen anything like it before. In addition, hundreds of billions of dollars was paid to Iran. If I did not terminate that deal, nuclear weapons would have been used on Israel and all over the Middle East, including our cherished U.S. military bases. And he says all of this and then sends out JD Vance to like eat shit, basically.
Walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which is going to be interesting, is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media, they're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
But like, Iran isn't giving, nothing that Iran is giving is like, they're getting everything that they wanted. Like a $300 billion reconstruction fund, like an end to the U.S. blockade. They're getting a cessation of hostilities. They are getting quite a bit here. And what is baffling to me is we've taken a deal where the United States provided $1.7 billion of Iran's own money to them, and we had assurances from an international org verifying that they didn't have a nuclear program. And Trump ripped all of that up, and now we have a far worse deal where likely there's going to be some kind of toll system on international trade. And Iran gets $300 billion, and America's stuck paying the bill for both that and for replenishing all of the military materials that we wasted. And, like, we got nothing out of this. We got nothing out of this. Nothing at all. It is very likely to be $300 billion of our taxpayer money. It truly is Donald Trump's art of the deal. It's just the art of the deal he made when, going bankrupt while running casinos. Like, this is a piece, an excerpt from Politico, which I think is very clearly the case here, right? Even in the most optimistic scenarios, the reshaped Middle East envisioned by Trump's team is years away. While the White House argues economic relief for Iran will be enough to keep things moving forward, the arrangement is not the simple carrot it describes. Tehran has also walked away from the fighting with its own bargaining chips. Iran knows Washington's leverage is limited. If nuclear talks collapse and the US strikes again, Tehran can simply shut the Strait of Hormuz and reignite the global economic pain everyone is trying to avoid, said Jonathan Panikoff, a former career intelligence officer who worked on the Middle East and is now at the Atlantic Council. He added, "We know that Iran is willing to absorb more pain economically than it thinks the US and the global community are willing to absorb." So, like, ultimately, what we're looking at here is like a definitive L for the United States. And like, could there be some upsides to that? I guess so. But it's difficult to see and infuriating to see our taxpayer dollars absolutely misused. Used to kill innocent school children, used to completely undermine ourselves on a geopolitical and military level, and like ultimately for what? We got nothing. We got nothing, and they got everything they wanted. Like geopolitically, this is the sweetheart deal for them. And yes, Iran was absolutely justified in doing what it did. And if the United States strikes them again, they'll be justified in shutting down the Strait of Hormuz again. It's the main deterrent. And now they know it absolutely works. So, like, I don't know. I would characterize this as a U.S. surrender to Iran. But it is very, very likely that Israel is going to ruin this. And also very, very likely that negotiations between the folks from Iran who actually bothered to study the United States and care about like diplomacy and shit, they have to go into a room with Donald Trump's handpicked morons. And like ultimately what's going to happen here is I cannot foresee a situation where Trump's team manages to clinch any kind of good outcome here. Trump got to be racist, though. Yeah, but he was going to be racist anyway. So, all that being said, congrats, MAGA. You humiliated America on the world stage, diminished American power, wasted American taxpayer dollars, and ultimately what it left us with was a exponentially more expensive JCPOA. Well, Iran gets to walk away with all the money and knowing that they have an effective global deterrent right in their backyard. Doesn't even need to be nuclear. So, there you have it. Congrats, we lost. All that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think is going to break first when it comes to this memorandum of understanding. And also, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get organized today. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We need folks to get organized. We need folks to get, like, really passionate. We need people to spend time knocking on doors, phone banking, text banking, all that stuff. And folks, also, please consider checking out Progressive Victory. Don't use the Progressive Victory links in chat. They haven't been fixed. They don't use them, please. Use them in the description for the video. All of that being said, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whew! We did 7 segments tonight, folks. We did it. And also, Real Radhom, thank you very much for the Real Rad raid. Welcome. Folks, go check out Real Radhom, friend of the show, mustachio extraordinaire, painter extraordinaire as well, double extraordinaire. And that was a good segue? I think so. Not 3? No, we got 7. 7 segments is crazy work. It's true. If progressives are successful in the midterms, then the presidential election, do you think Republicans are shut out of power for at least a generation? That would be my hope. My hope would be that a progressive victory would ensure enough is done in order to save our system and put us back on track. My hope would be that a sufficiently progressive and leftist victory would effectively annihilate the existence of the Republican Party and leave us with the real schism that should exist in our country between the, neoliberal establishment, the Clintonites of the Democratic Party versus the progressive leftist socialists that exist, That would be ideally the fight I would like to fight going forward. Well, folks, if you enjoyed the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And folks, do consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Trans people did not end America. It's true. We didn't. We didn't. Not yet. We're biding our time. Bidening our time, if you will. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. I'm sorry, Avery. We've been going for 6 hours. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. It's genuinely really good. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. I had vaguely heard about it. I'm glad it's good. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Not Smart, thank you for the $5 dono. And I had vaguely heard of it, but I didn't, it's not really on my radar for shows, but maybe I'll check it out. Trans Am stands for Trans America, it's true. Also, I've been watching the show Paradise. It's pretty fun. All right, folks, I'm exhausted. Gonna go pass out. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. And Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley. People like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago.